All right, good evening. Welcome to the City of North Miami Beach City Commission meeting of Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. Could we get a roll call, please? We're going to actually have the clerk coming in just a moment on the roll call. So she should be here in just a second. She had a slight emergency. I guess I'll do the roll call for her. I think that'd be all right. Okay. I'm going to do the roll call. First, we need Commissioner Jay Chernoff.
Here.
Commissioner Daniela John.
Here.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Here.
Commissioner Phyllis Smith.
Present.
Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimond.
Here.
Mayor Evan Piper. Here. Okay. Next, for our invocation, we're going to have a little bit of unusual situation today, but it should be a really good one. I'm going to call on my colleague and Vice Mayor, Mackenzie Florimond, to share a couple spiritual words with us before we start today.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone that's here this evening. I think that I will take the opportunity during our invocation to bring up Socrates. And in his quote, he says, "I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing." And so in this quote, I think it really speaks volumes, because no matter what position you're in, no matter what your title is, no matter how many degrees you have or how many letters you have behind your name, you must always have a thirst for knowledge and for more information. And you must always be humble. That's the most important thing, is to always be humble. So in our positions here on this dais, I just ask for our Divine Father to help us to remain humble, help us to remain steadfast in our yearning for more knowledge and information before we make our decisions, and helping us to lead this city with the best of intentions. And where we may fail, that He may make up the difference and make sure that we are doing the jobs that we have been appointed to do and fulfilling the mandate that the people have given us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like you may have another calling out there.
Well, you're the motivational speaker, so.
Okay, next we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. Okay, requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, hold on. Discussion item 15.3 regarding the communications consulting services. Discussion and possibly action will be moved up and heard after the quasi-judicial items. And we have an item 5.3. It's regarding the fiscal year audit. That's being postponed to a future date.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, so I need a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
One moment. Madam Clerk, I believe there was an additional resolution that was asked to be walked on with regards to the governor and having their issue with, I guess, golf at the Olita Park.
It was drawn though.
So the discussion's still going on.
Yeah.
The discussion's still going on. The resolution is just us expressing our objection to that. And other cities are being requested to do the same thing, and it's timely. So the discussion is still going on. The meeting has been postponed, but that discussion is still going on.
Yeah, I apologize, and I thought it was already printed out to be delivered to you, but I'm having staff take a look at it right now.
Okay, so then we'll just go with it as presented. And with that being said, I need a motion and second to approve the amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Okay. Next for presentations, legislative updates, State Senator Chevron Jones, District 34. Thanks for joining us. It's an honor. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Y'all can hear me? Oh, there it is. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And good afternoon to the entire commission. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to be here with you all this evening. Even to the residents, it's an absolute honor to stand before you today to give a legislative update. A few months later, but just coming off of summer vacation and leaving the legislative session around May, and now being able to come as we get ready to go back into the fall and prepare to go back into the legislative session after elections in November. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today. Before I even get into my legislative update, I do want to thank you all for your presence in Tallahassee when you all do come. I'll tell you that your presence coming to Tallahassee, it means a lot. It changes, how we legislate, what we legislate about. City manager was absolutely a pleasure to work with you this legislative session, the good and the bad, on all the things that we've been able to do, and looking forward for us to continue to moving forward with each other. I do want to start off with the dollars that you all asked for within your legislative priorities in your legislative meeting, which was upwards of about $1.1 million that you all put into the request for this legislative session. Those dollars, as you know, it goes through an entire process, and as you all came up this last legislative session to advocate for those dollars, in which you all did an amazing job doing. While we did get it in the budget, it goes through the last round, which is the governor's budget, and the governor did veto a lot of the dollars that we did ask for, and particularly the dollars that you all requested for the city of North Miami Beach. We did bring back $125,000 for one of the projects that you all had within your budget, and I'm sure that's reflected in your legislative update that probably came back from the city manager. And so we will do a check presentation for that. Our office will get with you, my office will get with you, city manager, so we can do that check presentation to you all. I will say that as we've been going around prior to the summer months, and even working into these months, and even after speaking with Commissioner Fortuna, we spoke in Orlando when she was at the League of Cities, and that was an idea that I have been sharing with many of the other cities that I represent, and that is including the legislators, not just myself, but also the state rep for this area, who will be the new state rep for this area, in sitting down and us working on that legislative agenda together. I'll tell you why. Being able to work on the legislative agenda together gives us the opportunity to know what the agenda is that's going to be set within the leadership in both chambers, both the House and the Senate. And so you all know there will be two new leaders in both the House and in the Senate. In the House, we will have a Miami native, which is Representative Danny Perez, who will be the incoming speaker, and we'll have our Senate President, who will be Ben Albritton, who, by mind you, will be coming to Miami which I'm very happy about, to tour District 34, because I shared with him the infrastructure needs that we need here within the city, and with the hopes that the legislature would take a hard look, not just from a perspective of Miami-Dade County, but the need of what's happening right here within Senate District 34. And so I want to make sure that you all are a part of that tour when the Senate President do come here, which will be before we start going back into the legislative session and committee weeks, which will start in November. Well, I will share a few bills. Over 1,000 something bills were filed within the legislature this year, but we were happy to come home with a few bills that were not only bipartisan, that I believe are also extremely are important. One of the bills we did with Senate Bill 858, which is the specialty license plates for Recycle Florida in the boating capital of the world. This was HB 403, which I worked with one of my Republican colleagues. As you know, when you you receive a license plate, or if you sign up to receive a specialty license plate, those dollars go into whether it's nonprofit organizations to go to some type of cause. This creates a new specialty license plate for recycling, and also considering that I represent probably one of the largest boating capitals here within the state of Florida, which is the North to Mid Beach, this would give dollars to the mariners and the young mariners who desire to get into boating, to be able to help them and to understand and educate them on what it means to get into that field. And of course, Recycle Florida is something that they have been working on. Many people have been working on for quite some time for a specialty license plate, and we were able to get that across the finish line to make that happen. One of the bills that we are going to work on again next year, because I believe is extremely important, and that's the acceptance of cash payments by businesses. We realize that everyone has not moved into the Cash App and into the Apple Pay and all those things, and you have certain businesses who saying that they no longer accept cash. This cash payment bill, and I was very surprised, but when I got the message from the governor's office that the governor's office supported the legislation, I was absolutely excited, surprisingly. But but we were happy because we also we understood, and I think from a bipartisan standpoint, I think we understood that we have a still aging population here within the state of Florida. And to ensure that everyone have access and the ability to be able to participate within this economy is ensuring that we're not blocking people out of it. We did get some pushback, and pushback from, not because they did not agree, but because there were so many nuances of it, because there were certain cities that came and said, what about parking garages who don't want to accept cash? What about gyms and gym clubs who don't want to accept cash? And so we started doing all of these exceptions. And so as all of these exceptions started coming, we figured that we should postpone the bill until next year, until we get the right amount of information that's needed so we can strike the right balance to be able to move forward. I'll end with these last two things and what we should look forward to as we go forward. I think in this next legislative session, we're going to see a great deal of conversation around a few things. We're going to see a great deal of conversation around property insurance. We're going to see a great deal of conversation that happens when it comes to our condos. And last but not least, I think you all have seen within the media what's happening right now when it comes to our state parks and the usage of state parks and changing them into commercial property. Here's what I'll say. I just left. That's why I was a little bit tardy, because I was talking to some of the county, our county officials about this, and the bipartisan pushback that's happening when it comes to the pushback as far as our state parks. Not only do we need to protect our state parks, our state parks and the natural resources that we as a state that we should maintain should not be interfered with because we're trying to create more golf courses. I think we have enough golf courses. I just learned how to play golf starting last Friday. So, but I'm serious, but we don't need any more golf courses. I think maintaining our natural resources is extremely important. And being able to talk with some of my Republican colleagues who are going to their city commissioners and their county commission meetings and asking that they do resolutions to make it clear to the, and however you want to play your politics on this, but just making it clear to the governor's office and to the agency that this is just a bad idea. And I think we all can agree that this is absolutely a bad idea, and our state parks should be maintained as is. And to our condos, listen, I inherited an amazing district, and I still I appreciate the help of Senator Pizzo, who represented this area, who continues to educate in this condo district, and we remain in contact with each other. And the messages and the emails and the phone calls that we get into our district when it comes to the assessment fees and to the bill that we passed when it came to condos, and I'm sure everyone understands the reasoning why we went in that direction, and we moved so quickly after the collapse of the Champlain Towers, and where we had to move, and understanding that there would need to be some changes that come about with it. I think you all saw last year, even after we did Live Local, we had to come back to look at Live Local once again. Why? Because we were asking individuals who lived on the 5th and 6th floor of a condo that you needed flood insurance. What sense does that make? And we all can agree that property insurance is, excuse my language, too damn high. And I think that is bipartisan also. The legislature, I can tell you straight off the press that those are the top 3 topics that we will be dealing with in this next legislative session. So I will say to the residents, and I'll say to you all here, that as we prepare to leave this election season, which will happen on November 6th, and move into a new legislative session, my hope is that we, as a community, those concerns that's needed, that collectively we sit down and we talk about what that look like, even if we have to notice the meeting. And us having a joint a legislative meeting where myself and others come, I think it could be extremely helpful. I think it'd be beneficial to your city manager. I think it'd be beneficial for you all, where you all can understand my legislative priorities. I can understand your legislative priorities. And by the time I get to Tallahassee in March of this year, we know how to move, and we're moving as we know what's the saying: one band, one sound. And so with that, I will take any questions, comments, or concerns.
Thank you so much for being here. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
We want to have that close connection with the state so that we can pass that down to our residents. Other than the things you mentioned, I also think of affordable housing.
Yep.
I feel like the state government has to help us to help our residents be able to afford housing, whether it's a supplement for their rent or whether it's, we really need help. And the other thing, of course, is always on our mind is transportation. So we have to coordinate that with the new trains and the next train. We really need help from the government, local and state.
Mayor, may I?
Of course.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Commissioner, you're right on target. I think when we did Live Local Act, which was a mixed bag of a lot of stuff, and some stuff that I'm sure you all don't agree with, and I don't agree with also. But it was one of those situations to where you're damn if you do, damn if you don't type ordeal. So we knew we needed to deal with affordable housing. We did Live Local, but I believe that is also another piece of legislation that we're going to come back and check. For instance, we just a few weeks ago, we were in Miami Shores, and we had a meeting with the mayor, and the mayor made it clear that because of the Live Local Act, it allows for developers to be able to come in and build upwards to whatever they want to build in a city that their limit was 5 stories or 6 stories. But this is a complaint that's not just coming from Miami Shores, but it's also a complaint that's coming from other cities that from around the state, and we know we're going to have to work on that. As far as transportation is concerned, just last week, I was in 2 weeks ago while I was in D.C. Commissioner Eileen Higgins, as you all, she's a champion for transportation. But not only is she a champion for transportation, she's really truly advocating for the rail here, but also in making it clear that we're not going to be able to build our way out of the traffic problem that we're having here in Miami-Dade County. And what we're trying to figure out, what does alternative modes of transportation look like to be able to get people out of their cars, right? And Brightline is not the answer because it's expensive to be able to do it. So
I just got off Brightline a couple hours ago, an hour and a half, and I went to ICSC convention and affordable housing, and that ruling was the talk of the town. I also want to commend you and thank you for what you're doing for the condominiums that are absolutely have to be in good stand,
That's
that
right.
they will not have any way have the, but, and that said, who's going to pay to get it in good shape?
Yeah.
Because the people cannot afford to live in their own condos, and they can't afford to move.
Yeah.
They're between a rock and a hard place.
Commissioner, you're absolutely right. And just to clear something up, because I know that we received some emails because of many of our position when it came to some people asking for a special session around the condo. It is absolutely, I agree that we need to do something. But I think we also have to understand that July 1, as you know, is when this new law took place. And the Senate president was right on this one. And there was a resounding bipartisan no to a special session from both Democrats and Republicans in the Senate, because we need to have enough information before we have a special session to know what needs to happen in the changes that as far as the new condo law is concerned. The residents have spoken loud and clear. And the one thing I can give assurance on from Senator Bradley, Senator Pizzo, and myself, all of these individuals who represent these condo districts, I think we are all on the same page in a bipartisan manner that we have to do something when it comes to condos. And I'm almost sure that something absolutely will happen. It just won't happen through a special session. But you're absolutely right. We have to do something. And I have to give credit to Senator Bradley, Senator Pizzo, and Representative Vicky Lopez, because they really were the orchestrators of that piece of legislation that brought us to where we are today. And I think you all, as leaders within this city, understand that you don't get everything right as far as legislation is concerned off the bat. And it will take time to be able to do it. And I think we will have to go back and do a redo.
Thank you so much, and bless you for what you
Bless you, Commissioner. I appreciate it.
All right. Anybody else have any questions for the senator?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not so much a question, but just an expression of gratitude for the hard work that Senator Jones is doing for our district, for our city, for all the cities that encompass his district, and also what he's doing for education as well, sitting on the board of HBCUs for the President of the United States. And so your access on the local, federal, and state level is immense, and you're using that for the benefit of our residents. We really appreciate you and everything that you bring to the table for us. You're a hard worker. To be a good leader, you got to be a good follower. And I think you've been effective at doing that and really keeping your boots on the ground while, entering certain rooms that some people could only imagine. So thank you so much for always keeping us first in every conversation.
Thank you,
that you have, and always fighting for us in every conversation. I know it's not always easy because, you represent
14 cities.
You represent 14 cities, and not all of them are always, friends of each other. But you do your best in making sure that we work things out and move things forward. What I will say is, you talked about insurance, and the state of Florida is home to six of the highest cost cities in the whole country. Mm-hmm. So the top 6 cities with the highest insurance rates are in the state of Florida.
Right.
And so what is the real answer here? And also, we're looking at condos, which you mentioned, and certain people aren't able to stay in their condos because of just the costs of assessments and things that are hitting them right now. What do you see as the fix for this issue in the next few years? Yeah,
so it's very interesting because I sat on Regulated Industries last year, and there was a battle between your insurance agency, your insurance, and your trial attorneys. And there has been a long fight. For anybody who's been following in Florida politics for quite some time, this has been something that has been brewing for a long time. The fix is happening. The fix is happening extremely slow. The reinsurance market is something where we know for a fact which is the biggest problem right now. But how the law is written, it allows for what's happening to happen, right? And the question now becomes, how much longer can the state of Florida go without addressing it, understanding that we are pricing people out of the state, and where people cannot live within their condos and people cannot live in their homes. We just got an email from a resident, maybe not even 2 or 3 months ago, who made it clear that she's finished paying her mortgage, and the money that she would pay for her insurance, she's just putting in savings, and she forego it because she can't afford it. And so, I mean, that's not the way that someone's supposed to live. And I'll be honest, I'm not the expert in insurance. I'm not an expert on what the solution would look like. But here's what I will say is that there is a bipartisan uproar that has happened and that is occurring right now, to where that's why I said, I mean, this next legislative session, property insurance will be something that has to be tackled, because the fix that we thought would have happened 2 years ago during special session to the Floridians is not moving fast enough. So now we need to figure out what we need to do to bring these insurance companies back into the state, but they won't do that until the state of Florida recognize the change of climate that's actually happening within the state, and we address what that is.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
So, Senator Jones, thank you so much for coming here today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And thank you for pointing out how important it was for us to be in Tallahassee.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes I think the residents don't realize that, okay, yeah, they think we're just taking a trip. But, and I can speak for myself and I can speak for many others, we're like there the whole day. I know when I have free time, I'm just knocking on other doors of people that we don't have appointments with, just to meet them and make an introduction and let them know what the problems are in our city.
No, and Commissioner, at first, I can't thank you enough, and to the other commissioners who've come. And if I can give the residents any assurance, your commissioners come to Tallahassee at the right time. They're not coming to Tallahassee only during date days. They're coming outside of date days. And truth be told, I think it's better, because date days is just a hogwash of so many people at one time, to where you really can't get any work done. I expect you to come by my office because I'm the part of the delegation. Right. But when you come in the beginning of session, during committee weeks, and when you come while the budget is while the sausage is being made, that is the perfect time to come. And listen, what I will say is that as you all plan your legislative priorities moving into next year, the biggest thing is going to be able to lean on just not myself, but also leaning on incoming Speaker Danny Perez. I think the benefit of us having him as a speaker is that he's from Miami-Dade County. And we need to make sure that we are set the next meeting that we have, when we do have that legislative meeting, you can bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to invite him to be at that meeting. Why? Because I want him to know what your priorities are and the cities that I represent. So we know. And even if we have to put cities together to maximize his time, it's important that you all come to Tallahassee. And I love when you all come up there, because it makes my job easier, because going to chairs, offices, and things of that nature, they just know I'm just asking for money. But when you all come and you are able to articulate why it's important, why these dollars are important, it makes a big difference. And here's the last thing I'll say. As you all plan your legislative agenda, if we're not there, my biggest advice would be that you look at what the state has funded in the past and what got vetoed in the past. Because that would be extremely helpful for yourself, because then you can figure out whether or not this is something that needs to go through the appropriations process, or if this is something that needs to go through an agency. And I'll tell you this, if you can get the money from an agency, do it. Don't go through the appropriations process and run the risk of it getting vetoed. Because if we can write a letter of support, which we do all day, for a project, and city manager, you know this, for a project that you can get from the Department of Transportation, let's go that route instead of having to put appropriations in.
And just for the record, I think I was the only one from our commission that did go to days, but what I did is beforehand, I scheduled appointments.
100%.
And I actually met with Tom Leaks, which is like a coup to do that.
Yes, now a senator.
Yes, and he just doesn't meet with anybody,
right.
but I was able to accomplish that. And with some other gentleman from Orlando, I can't remember his name, but because they sit in the different committees that do affect us, even though they're not our representatives like you are.
That's right.
But I try to take advantage of meeting all the different committee members.
And you did.
So thank you so much. And I was actually invited by Congresswoman Wilson last month to go be on the panel of the property insurance crisis in Florida. And when I got there, it was canceled. But she's going to have it again. And hopefully I'll be able to be on the panel again.
That'd be perfect because
Yeah, and plus the fact that and she didn't even know this when she invited me, but I actually, don't ask me why I did this. But in like 1990s, I started keeping a journal of all the properties that I manage, of the insurance cost. So I literally have like from 1990 to now, how much it's gone up, and some have gone up 800%.
Yep.
And before, in the 1990s, it used to include wind in the package.
Yep.
It no longer includes wind, and I actually don't even pay for wind anymore because it's just become crazy. So not only has it gone up 800%, but it's not even including wind.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I'm happy that you're on that panel because the national conversation needs to happen along with the state. And my hope is that the state will work with the federal government and what the solution would look like. So I'm hoping that you share that information with us.
I will.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if she's running for senator next.
Hey, listen, I would not be surprised. Yeah, and
I'll be surprised.
and Mayor, thank you for the meeting that we had.
No, thank you. You hit on all the important points with the parks and the condos and all those things, and really greatly appreciated and grateful to have you here this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thanks a lot.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
Senator. So good to see you, and thank you for all that you do. And you were so gracious when we all came up and grilled you while the sausage was being made. But you were so gracious in welcoming us to your office and really hearing all sides of our story as it's told. And we look forward to what's coming next. So thank you so much for all you've done so far.
I appreciate it. Hopefully next time you come, I'm not a freshman anymore, so maybe my office will be a tad bit bigger. So y'all don't have to sit there all crunched up like you were last time. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks again.
Take care, y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Okay, next on our star-studded lineup of guests this evening, we have Commissioner Mickey Steinberg with some county updates. Commissioner Steinberg, District 4, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here. Tough act to follow, Senator. But I actually share your concerns regarding Oleta Park and all state parks, so I'm glad you mentioned something. So yeah, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk for having me here today, and especially the residents. I'll just touch on a few quick updates, and thank you, Commissioner Smuckler, for inviting me here today. I did hear you talk about condos and condo assessments, and I wanted to let you know about a program that Miami-Dade County has, which is our Miami-Dade Condo Special Assessment Program. By a show of hands, how many of you know about this program? Okay, so great. So the Condo Special Assessment Program is designed to actually provide funding assistance to help condominium owners in Miami-Dade County for special assessment requirements that arise from rehabilitation, repairs due to applicable building integrity recertification requirements. What I have here, and if I may, I have two great staff members, Margie Amador and May Serrano are here. Margie actually has a couple of the applications with us. We're going to leave it with the clerk's office so that anybody who's interested in more information can get it. They can also contact my office directly, and we're happy to help facilitate. But essentially, qualifying owners making less than 140% of the area median income can get up to $50,000 in assistance to pay for these assessments. And there's, of course, criteria as to what it would be. I'll address physical damage to the condominium. You must be a resident of the unit, must be your homestead. There's a litany of things that you have to check through, but it's a wonderful loan program, and we're happy to give you more information at the appropriate time. Recently, we had some horrible storms that caused a lot of flooding. As you know, the Mayor Cava and I hosted a roundtable to discuss various ways to collaborate and really try to mitigate a lot of these efforts. And actually, your city manager was at that meeting, along with many other municipalities. You know, the takeaway is we want to be your partner. We want to be there, be a good partner, be a resource for you, and really help where the needs may be, and work together, because they're all our residents. So always looking forward to continued partnerships and finding out ways that we can work with our county's Department of Emergency Management, offer those resources to any of our municipalities, especially North Miami Beach, as we face increasing extreme weather events. Unfortunately, I don't think it's something that's a one-off. I think we're going to be seeing more and more of this. And so we all need to be on the same page and really work together and listen to each other and try to help make the best efforts to mitigate. And one other program that I wanted to touch on is something that I had sponsored at the county level, which will be coming down soon. It's still in the working stages, but with some of my colleagues, we created a septic to sewer loan program. So something that we're looking on, just trying to help alleviate the financial constraints that a lot of our residents are facing. We want them to convert from septic to sewer, but we also know there's a great cost involved in doing so. And actually, this loan program is very specific for the private adaptation side. And it will be in the form of a grant or a loan, really depending on working it out, similar to the condo loan assessment program. And so those are some of the things we've been working on to try to help get us in a better posture. As always, I enjoy being a partner. I know we just had a great national night out, which was a wonderful event, and we're here for you. Anytime you need anything, and for the residents, you can email us directly at district4@miamidade.gov. And if I have any other questions or comments, I'm here for you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner.
First of all, Commissioner Steinberg, we want to thank you. Thank you, number one, for keeping the staff that was there and knows what their way around. That means a lot to us when we have to call. And thank you for answering the phone. When we give you a call, you answer and you get back to us, and we really do appreciate that. And those are great programs you're coming forward with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I want you to know our County Commissioner Steinberg is a hands-on commissioner, and she is there. You can see her everywhere from Aventura to Miami Shores to Miami Beach, wherever she needs to be. But I can't thank you enough. The program that you're talking about, this is a big thing, 100% for condos that people can't afford to live there. And I just want to know, is it difficult for somebody to qualify? Is it a speedy process?
I don't think anything at the county is speedy, but having said that, we're happy to help facilitate. Basically, if there's a special assessment that is happening in your condominium, now the loan doesn't go to you personally. Once you're approved, it actually goes directly to the association to cover the cost. And it's a really great program that we can give you more information on. But essentially, once someone is approved, it can be up to $50,000 with 0% down and 0% interest rate.
So maybe, Mr. Manager, we can get the details and put that on our website. We have quite a few condominiums of elderly people that really could benefit from this. And I, too, want to echo what Commissioner Chernoff said, and your staff has always been A+, and we appreciate them as well. Thank you for making them accessible to all of us.
I appreciate you saying that. I'm only as good as my staff, and so I appreciate that, and I do have great staff.
And just one thing to your point was when we had the mayor's meeting at your office, that was the first time I learned about that program. So I started speaking to a lot of people, letting everybody know about the program. And one of my friends actually jumped on it right away and did it. He's an older gentleman, but pretty tech savvy and everything. He had told me that he was able to get it done, but it was a little bit challenging to get through that application. So, but he actually got it done, and he actually, I think this week or last week, he got funded. At the closing or whatever. So he actually received that $50,000, which was a huge help to him for being able to keep his unit. So the one thing that we can possibly do as a city, all of us, is for people that are challenged with either technology or older people, there's something maybe we can do to provide some support to help them through the application process.
And if you'd like, I'm happy to set up and bring the housing department here and set up a meeting, and maybe they can have a town hall of some sort and just go over the details with the housing
That would be
department.
fabulous.
And we'll be able to schedule that so that, we can get the word out and help the residents. At the end of the day, we don't want people to have to sacrifice their life. This is their nest egg, their homes, their livelihoods. So we want to make sure that whatever we can do to help and assist, we're happy to.
Yeah, I think it's 0% interest for 40 years, right?
Over 40 years, correct.
Yeah.
It's the
Up,
roof
up
over,
to 50,000, right, depending on the
Right.
structure, correct?
Yeah.
it's the roof over their head.
Correct.
I mean, that's what it entails. Now, that's a little scary because his friend was tech savvy and he still had a difficult time. So we would appreciate the workshop. Oh, you'll
Yes.
teach all of us.
I'm not very tech savvy, but I'm
Me
glad your
either,
friend
but
is.
thank-
And thank you for bringing up the mayor's meeting, because one thing I've tried to do as well is I've had some quarterly meetings with our city managers. I represent not 14 cities like the senator, but I do represent 13 cities. And so trying to get everybody on the same page, trying to be able to hear from everybody. I've had meetings with our managers, and I've had meetings with my mayors. And so I look forward to continuing working together.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, I just-
Oh, you were first? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll be real quick. One great benefit of being North Miami Beach, we have two, commissioners in the
Yes.
county. Not a lot of cities have that. And we appreciate you, and it's better to have two than one. As you mentioned the septic, the sewer program that you guys are drafting right now, is there any way our city, because a lot of these cities are going to have to take a lot of the brunt and the assistance in helping out, however the program is going to be administered, but having us at the table as you guys are discussing this program, if we could participate in it, or because as they switch over from septic to sewer, we're going to be getting additional fees because of the sewer, the additional burden on our water and sewer plant, and we're going to be making revenue from that. I just want to know, how can we alleviate some of the burden as it gets transferred over, depending on what program you guys draft over from the incorporated parts of your district? Because I know you have a good chunk of it, OGIS and what have you, but given that we're in North Miami Beach and we do have our own water plant, how can we help facilitate that program getting off the ground quicker and to alleviate some of the burden that's going to affect our residents in the long run?
Right, so this loan program is for the private adaptation, for the homeowner who's going to be doing the actual, not the public side of it, for the private side of it. For the public side of it, we can set up a meeting with our water and sewer department, so you all can have a meeting as to what we are currently doing and how we're implementing and what grants we're actively, constantly looking for different grants to help offset those costs.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for being here. And I believe Commissioner Bastian is going to be here in either September or October.
Two's better than one, yes.
Yes. Well, to speak.
Yeah.
So also the Miami-Dade County League of Cities pushed that flood
Yes.
conference you had a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, some of us couldn't be there because it was at the same time as the local Florida League of Cities conference. And I love the idea of the Housing Authority coming here to meet with us. And I also ditto the, please let's put that information on our website. And you have an amazing staff, but you also had really big shoes to fill following Commissioner Hayman, and you have done an amazing job filling them. So congratulations to you, and thank you so much for being you and for doing such a great job.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's nice to see everybody. Hope you have a wonderful meeting, and I agree.
Wait, don't go away yet.
Oh.
I'm going to get in a lot of trouble if I let you leave.
Yeah.
Oh,
Vice
well,
Mayor?
they saved the best for last.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
I'm the best. She's the bestest.
Oh.
Yes. Anyways, thank you so much, Commissioner, for being here this evening. I did have the opportunity to attend the mayor's event conference that you had at the Florida Fish and Wildlife headquarters. I believe it was the headquarters.
Hallover.
At Hallover at the marina.
Yes.
And learned so much about what we have going on.
Yes,
in
and
our
thank you for
waterways.
being there.
Yeah, so, I really, the details and everything that you get into is just, beyond comprehension, all the work that you guys are doing, and the amount of load that you guys kind of carry when it comes to the cities that you represent. So I wanted to thank you for that. But I want to know if you can reiterate what you mentioned about the assessments again, just so I can make sure I take note of that.
Absolutely.
And
For
we
the
can get that on record again.
for the condo special assessment program?
Correct.
Okay, so, and I can give, I don't know if Margie put the information there so you can have the whole information in front of you, but essentially, the program will address physical damage to the condominium. The homeowner must reside in the unit. It must be their primary residence and homestead. Investment owners are not going to be eligible because this is really for their homestead, people who actually live in these units. It's going to provide up to $50,000 with a repayment term of 40 years. The monthly payment will be, depending on the ranges, anywhere from probably $50 for low-income families with the remaining balance due at the maturity date. The monthly payment for moderate income families calculated at 0.00 interest rate for 40 years. And then it talks about the different asset levels that you may have, and then you qualify for different levels. But essentially, it's a one-time assessment per unit owner. You can earn no more than the maximum percentage of AMI funding activity at the time of transfer, which is up to 140% AMI. So just to give you an example, let me see if I have it here so you understand in terms. Individuals basically earning less than $101,000 would be able to qualify. So they're really trying, and couples less than $115,000 would qualify. And a three-person household only earning less than $130,000 would qualify. So it really gets from the lower end all the way to the middle to that high end. So everybody can qualify in those ranges.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I believe last week we had a conversation with the manager about septic to sewer and what we can do as a municipality to partner with the county to address those concerns. And so I'm looking forward to that conversation as well. But thank you so much for coming by. We appreciate you and all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Commissioner. I just wanted to say thank you for all the follow-ups, and I had a chance to meet with you several times and your staff as well. Always very thorough and looking forward to great things to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, am I good? Okay.
Good. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
We
Have a
really
great rest of your
appreciate
meeting.
Everything you do. Okay. Oh, okay. While we're on star-studded guest, I want to recognize our former Senator Ron Silver for coming and joining us this evening. So thank you. Okay, the moment we've all been waiting for, public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other at all times. And the first speaker is Elliot Durant and then David Zabin.
Good evening. Elliot Durant. Can you hear me? Yes.
Sort of.
I'll speak loud.
Okay, I think it's better now.
No worries. Good evening. I'm Elliot Durant. I'm the owner of Pure Water Factory. We are the only alkaline drinking water store here in Miami-Dade County. I supply the City of Miami Solid Waste Division with their drinking water in their offices for the last 2 years. And also I'm the hurricane supply for them, as well as Opelika City Hall and Coral Gables City Hall. And I offer my services to you folks as well. I'm going to leave a bunch of samples if you don't mind.
Oh.
And we're here if you need us during a disaster, as well as what you drink every day. I'm located in Coconut Grove at 2625 Southwest 27th Avenue. I've been open for about 2.5 years. And basically our water is chemical-free. I just got my test back from the National Laboratory. It's a 9.8 alkaline pH, and all 57 contaminants are out of the water. I notice that you buy Pure Life for here. We can also help you with getting smaller bottles that won't be wasted, 12 ounce, with actually the name City of North Miami Beach on the label instead of advertising for Pure Life, just like I'm about to do for the Miami-Dade Public School System for their hospitality department. I'm certified by the county, the city, and the Miami-Dade Public School System as a small business, micro business, and a minority black-owned business, because I'm part of the 100 Black Men of Southern Florida as well, with my young brother, Senator Jones, that was behind me.
Black man.
I'm also the councilman from the Grove, but that's another topic. But thank you for giving me your time. If I can be of service and we can be of service to you, please, at any time, please let me know. We want to make sure that this city gets 25% off the price on the delivery of this water to you at the 5-gallon bottles. And because I'm also a resident, I live here at Ives Dairy Road. So this matters to me. Thank you. Have a great day, and I appreciate your time. God bless you.
Thank you. You were very nice at the conference.
Thank you. May I leave samples for you?
Yes.
Thank you.
David Zapin.
My name is David Zapin, founder of the charity 30K for Back Pay. I am not running for office. I hope all registered voters have a recent identification, reading glasses, and that you remember there is one choice per contest, with there are exceptions. Maybe a pre-written list of candidates would help, as well as deciding whether to join a political party to influence its future. You can be independent, but it's not free. As far as the mayoral candidates, I generally envy the credentials. I've attempted all of them at some point. And to any reporters seeking to cover our contests, like Anna Milberg or Jim DeFeeti, please avoid the mistakes of the past, like expecting to find many of our voters in Skylake Mall, which is not North Miami Beach, or entering areas unprepared where English is not commonly used, like I saw way back on August 30th, 2000 at the DMV near FIU South. Yes, George W. Bush was across the street, but still. Maybe after the elections, we could discuss if we should rename the city. Maybe we are Tiny Homes Village or Bricks Without Straw or Work Without Wages. Not your fault, but it is our problems as a city. And one problem with our elections now is when television channels switch to digital, you could no longer use portable radios with television channels. As the book Gasping for Air pointed out, the lack of current, relevant news on the radio can be deadly. AM radio here limits that to a choice between Sean Hannity, Dan Bongino, the Black Information Network, and Catholic Radio. When I tried to call Jimmy Cephalo back in 2008, his screener would not let me correct him on the mortgage crisis of the time. And good luck finding my calls after 12 to Al Franken's successor, Tom Hartman, on WCPT Radio Chicago. The airwaves are not representing us, not most of us. And these elections will probably make you angry. And St. Thomas Aquinas taught us, he who is not angry when there is just cause for anger is immoral. So feel free to be angry with me and my role in the 2000 election, but let's try to be civil about it. I know tensions will be high between now, November, and beyond.
15 seconds.
My point exactly. Thank you, and try to stay cool the rest of the summer.
Thank you.
Irene Pellinger, and then Bernadette Morris.
Good evening. I'm Irene Pillinger. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Friends of the Library. Once again, I'm here to talk about the library. I've been told that parents from SLAM are positive that there will be a new building built where our library stands to house both the charter school and our library. The city manager says that the city's aim is to enhance library services and programming. He assures me that our library will remain a vibrant community resource. I've done quite a bit of research into the history of how SLAM came to be built adjacent to the North Miami Beach Public Library. The mayor and commission received an email from me this week regarding the history, based on various documents I've attained. Despite all the assurances, I have not been told that SLAM does not plan to implement Phase 3 of their original proposal, which is to build a school building to house 1,300 students while giving the library some space inside the building that would only be accessible to residents outside of school hours. I have not been told that since there are only 2 years left on the initial agreement, SLAM is looking for an alternate home for its students. The original proposal was between the Soccer Management Group and Parks and Rec to run a soccer program, including a clubhouse for the community. It then morphed into housing a charter school. What I would very much like to know is whether the land upon which the current school is built belonged to Parks and Rec, and if so, was it ever legal for the city to allow a school to be built on the land designated as a park? I hope the commission shares this question with me and asks our city attorney to look into the legality of this property being used for a school. Our city parks have value, just like our state parks, as we were just discussing. Ultimately, a part-time library is not acceptable to our residents, nor is giving up parkland that is supposed to be for the public's enjoyment. Thank you, and remember that everyone is welcome to register to vote at the library. You don't have to be a resident. Just come and register to vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bernadette Morris, and I'm the president and CEO of Sunshine Communications, the Morris Group Incorporated, doing business as Sunshine Communications. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm here to talk briefly about our role and our services as a public relations, marketing, and advertising agency, and that bid that we submitted for the communications consulting services. Our company has been around for 31 years, and nearly half of that time we were right here in the city of North Miami Beach, and now we're just a mile or so away in our corporate office. But we represent a number of local community groups, organizations, and businesses and cities and governing that do things in a remarkable and fantastic manner and way. Our clients include the Florida Department of Transportation, the Florida Department of Health, Florida Power and Light, Baptist Health South Florida, and numerous others. We know that there's an exciting time coming up for the city of North Miami Beach, and we would love that opportunity, as we have in the past, to work with the city of North Miami Beach on a number of marketing, advertising, and creative services, not only for the excitement of our communities, but for the history and the legacy that this lovely city has and maintains throughout our communities. We represent a very diverse and multicultural community here in the city of North Miami Beach, and we would love that opportunity to continue to do that in everything we share and service for each and every one of you. So we would love that opportunity. We have a number of goodies and information I would like to give to the clerk to share with each of you. And thank you again for this opportunity to be here with you tonight.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Hawk. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Mara. I want to take the opportunity that Commissioner Steinberg is here just to express some kind of feeling about our park, Graynolds Park. Graynolds Park is a beautiful park. It's a very, I mean, it's been there forever. And it doesn't have any attention from the city of Miami. Sorry. We have the little bridges are broken. It's been broken since like 3 years. I walk there every day, twice, in the morning, in the afternoon, and my medicine is walk in the nature. I don't take pills, I don't take any medicine. So that's my medicine. And for that, I would like to see a better park with more attention. I don't see any. It's nasty, it's dirty, it's terrible. So people, I stopped going to the festival. They give beautiful festival there for the lovely festival and May, November too. And they start to charge a lot. So I know that there are musicians, singers to be paid, probably, and but it's a lot of money, and it's nothing done for the residents of North Miami Beach, for us to have a better park, entertainment. I remember when I moved here from Texas, we used to have kind of exercise places every like half a mile. And that was awesome. So now it's nothing. In that park is nothing. And also, I live in front of the golf course. The golf course is worse. That fence is ugly. People go and park over there front at night and leave their trash. And the city, no North Miami Beach, but North Miami doesn't do anything. I understand that they are the one responsible for that. We pay a lot of money for playing one day, go play golf.
15 seconds.
So if it's so expensive to play just for one day, it's a lot of money there. I have like 3 windows broken for those bad golfists. So I would like also to ask the commissioner where I can go for the complaint and for them to replace my windows. So thank you, that's all.
County Commission. County Commission.
Steinberg. Oh, she left?
But that's where you can go.
Yeah.
We're not, it's not our park.
Oh, I thought she was here.
She left.
That's why I was expressing myself.
But you
I'm
can also
sorry.
go to Snake Creek Canal and use our, all the different exercise equipment that we have put up, actually like in the last year.
Yeah, but those are, the one up front are for the kids.
No, no,
In
it's
that-
along the walk.
I haven't seen it.
Well, take a walk.
And I walk there every day
It's on the bike path.
on the,
Down the bike path.
I haven't seen it.
I think perhaps the best thing is our team will connect you with the proper person at Steinberg's office so that they can address the issue with Reynolds Park and the golf course. As far as wherever you walk, that's wherever you walk. But you can come to Snake Creek Canal as well. It's 2.5 miles, I think. And you can enjoy that. You can enjoy the one closest to your house. But that's the best thing, to get you in contact with the person from her office to address the county side, because that's a county facility.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, everybody. Barbara Kramer. First of all, I wanted to come up and, Mr. City Manager, I wanted to tell you about the experience I had with your HR team and Babette Friedman. Last week, I needed some assistance with a situation, and her team really jumped on this for me. Aetna was extremely accessible, and I see that they were on the agenda, I guess, to maybe recontract with you. And, but if I didn't have your HR department, I don't know how accessible it would have been or how easy it would have been for me to get to where I got to. So I just want to say she's amazing and her team is amazing. And I really wanted to say thank you for having such a great employee. Let me congratulate all the graduates of the North Miami Beach Residence Academy. I took that course many moons ago, and it was certainly wonderful, and I'm glad Commissioner Smith brought it back. Thanks to Senator Jones, who left, and County Commissioner Steinberg for their presentations and updates. I figured it takes a while for them to get here because they have so many municipalities that they serve, and they've been here a long time, but I guess till they get around to us, it probably takes that long. So I'm glad that we got to meet with them. One of the things I wanted to know is why we're hiring an administrative, a financial, why we're a consultant for administration financial support services. It didn't, at least in the information I saw on the agenda, and when you voted for it in the consent agenda, but there was no cost attributed to this. So kind of would be nice if somebody could get back to us and let us know what that cost is and why they're being hired. Maybe it's been done in the past and I don't remember, but we were just curious about that. I also wanted to know why, and again, I know this isn't a back and forth, so maybe someone could get back with me regarding the ordinance for the lien amnesty policy. There's a lot of residents that are very concerned about what this is costing and what's happened to them. They didn't do the right thing in the first place, but this is, they need that help, and so maybe we can find out why this is being postponed. And I guess that's it. My time's run out. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and residents. My name is Lynn Sue. I live at Reef Club, and today I just wanted to express my appreciation for all the representatives that came to our commission meeting. Senator Jones, also former Senator Ron Silver, thank you so much for being here. Keeps us behaving well. And I'm glad that everybody here agrees with us that we should preserve our parks. Once those parks are gone and converted to something else, it will never come back. So if we can preserve our Olita Park or whatever park it is that we're doing, what we have right now, we should preserve it to the best of our ability. The next thing is I am one of the first of the graduates in the Residence Academy. Thank you, Commissioner Smith, for putting that on, and the staff did a fantastic job with communicating with us, taking us to all the different places, having us see how great North Miami Beach really is. We have a wonderful water plant. If you don't know, like, I will talk about that in a little bit. But as a redevelopment advisory board chairwoman, I'd like to express my appreciation for the CRA team. I know that since I was vice chair and Chairman Pradelle Vilme was the chair and the redevelopment advisory board, we have been screaming and shouting for a meeting with all the businesses in the CRA. We finally had it, and it was very successful, thanks to Commissioner Daniela John for spreading the word out. I know I was emailing and calling and texting everybody, and we had a pretty full house that day. So that was a very successful meeting for the CRA, and I think we have a good path and a good future ahead of us for facilitating business in the future. The next thing is I wanted to talk about, as a commissioner on the Public Utilities Board, I would like to also share with the commission, regardless of whether you know or don't know what's going on about this, there are some contaminants. I think it's called it's the short name is PFAS, PFAS. There are contaminants in the Biscayne aquifer, which is where we get our water. That contamination is actually higher than 30 nanograms per liter. The allowable amount is actually 4. This is a carcinogen. It is dangerous, and what is fantastic about NMB water is that we have the facilities and the filtration to take that contaminant out. No other water plant has it. Miami-Dade County is doing a pilot program that just started in April, and they're going to do a test program for 2 years. I see this as an opportunity for Miami NMB water to expand our base to provide safe water, drinking water for people in the surrounding areas that are not currently our customers, and we have the capacity to do that because we are at I'm out of time. I'm breathing through my skin. Okay, so so we have the capacity to sell more to neighboring cities and neighboring customers of Miami-Dade County, and that way we can provide safe drinking water for more people, and also earmark that amount of money that we have to further expand our nanofiltration and reverse osmosis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
At the CRA, when nobody got up and spoke, and you said there's no more speakers, and I'm like, that was because I was not here.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. First of all, I'd like to start out with the situation with our police chief. I know we are paying her every month to stay home, but what is happening there? As 7 of you, you should be asking about that as well, not only me. I'm against G5. I do not know if I would have the time at 5 minutes at 12 to be here to talk against it, but I'm against G5. And also, at the last meeting, we had a $6.6 million for the water plan being passed in 2 minutes. Commissioner Florman said, didn't we explain that initially when it came up? That was the one who was $6.5 million? No, you didn't. When it came up in 2018, 2019, it was stated that when the tranches come in the segments, it would be explained in detail. When it came last meeting, it was 2 minutes to 12. You were not too concerned with transparency other than passing this $6.6 million and then going home. And the $6.5 million delinquent billing, you did not ask anything about it when it came up in the budget workshop. It came up and it was displayed on the screen. I could have seen it at home. But you all were more interested in closing off the meeting and going home. Also, we talked about the insurance. The gentleman, senator, he talked about insurance, but nobody's asking how much these CEOs are being paid. They have a competition among themselves to outdo each other, and they get paid between $25 million to $300 million a year, sometimes $125 million. It's excuse me, thank you. And that is what you have to look into. I remembered in 2009, when they went to see President Obama, all those CEOs for the car companies, they flew up in their jets, and the president, admonished them for, here people are struggling, and you're flying in your Lear jets and so coming to visit me to beg for money, and they all drove up later. So what you should be doing is having people looking into how much these CEOs are being paid for by the insurance companies. Exorbitant amounts, and it falls on our back. And that is why, what is it? More golf courses is good in one way, but it's for them to have more access to their playing games with us. And that is what you have to look into. I dropped my wind insurance. I dropped it. It's to me, I think it's criminal and robbery. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. If there's no other speakers, then we will move on to the next. Okay.
Public comment is closed.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Next, announcements, city manager.
Jennifer? And before you, Mayor, if I may take a point, because I think it's come up a few times, and I want to make sure we're perfectly clear with regards to the library. At no point will I ever recommend to this commission that the library be a shared space with a charter or any other organization that would shut down the library during regular hours. The library will continue to be used as intended and will continue to be independently run by this city. And so I just want to make that clear. I thought in my email response that was already referred, but I want to make that perfectly clear here tonight to you all and to the community as well.
Could I ask the manager something in reference to that, please? So, Mr. Manager, if the library is ever expended to be built differently, will we be going out for bids for whoever out there wants to be a partner, could be a partner? Could we put that on record that that'll happen as well?
Commissioner, there's a ton of different ways that things can go through, and that will come in front of the commission for you all to give that direction.
I think that's important for us to note. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and residents. I'll be presenting citywide events for the next couple of days in August and the month of September. Wednesday, August 28th, we have our first business tax receipt workshop at the McDonald Center. We have 2 sessions, one at 12 and one at 6. Tomorrow, Wednesday, August 28th, the Government Contracting Perspective Tour here at the McDonald Center as well, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Correct. Friday, August 30th, Doing Business with Miami-Dade County with the Asian American Business and Entrepreneurs. It's a local business workshop at the McDonald Center, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Friday, September 6th, Teen Summit with PAL at the Performing Arts Theater at 5. Tuesday, September 10th, Fall into Health, Senior Health and Wellness Fair, McDonald Center, 9 a.m. Wednesday, September 11th, 9/11 Observance Ceremony at the Police Department at 10 a.m. to 11. Friday, September 13th, Dale NMB Hispanic Heritage Event at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library, 6:30 to 10 p.m. Tuesday, September 17th, it's National Voter Registration Day at North Miami Beach Discovery Library, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Thursday, September 19th, Farm Share Drive through food distribution, Victory Pool Family Aquatic Center. Tuesday, September 24th, packed meeting at the North Miami Beach Police Department. And Thursday, September 26th, senior luncheon, McDonald Center, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And finally, Saturday, September 28th, the mobile diaper pantry at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next city commission reports, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, may I for a second? You know, the agenda is a very lengthy agenda, and I see that there's some people here who are here for appointments and also BTR, and I was wondering if it's possible to move those items forward.
Which items specifically?
I see a BTR and I see appointments as well. And then there's the request for charitable donation request from Joshua's Heart.
Okay. Yes.
The walk-on item regarding the parks. I don't know. I was wondering if we can move that up because
Yeah. We did just receive.
Yeah, so we can just have a vote on that as well. So may it be after the BTRs or whatever. Yeah, that's a quick one.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm asking is, if we're able to do it right after our commission reports, that would be good because we have the appointments, and a lot of these people sit here until midnight waiting for something that takes 30 seconds.
Okay. All right, we can do that.
So those 5 items, BTRs, appointments, 2,500 for Joshua's Heart, and the resolution.
Okay.
Right after comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, commission reports.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Good evening, everyone. I want to once again thank State Senator Chevron Jones and Commissioner Mickey Steinberg for coming here, and Senator Ron Silver for staying here. We do appreciate it. Ron, you know, one of our buildings is named after Ron, and he was instrumental in getting that money for us a long time ago, and we appreciate it. And he's still coming to grace us, and we appreciate that, Ron. And to our colleague, Joe Geller, please get well soon.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much. I also wanted to say hello to Senator Silver. I want to thank the North Miami Beach Library for an amazing outdoor arts installation, actually by Alicia Vallejo. I had a chance to attend, and it was actually featured on Univision. So shout out to our library for that amazing outdoor arts and public places feature. So if you haven't had a chance, please go out and check it out. Also wanted to thank our library for a successful night out. We had hundreds of people attend, and the Commission for Women, Commissioner Smuggler, for a successful back-to-school giveaway. Wanted to thank the Water Department for the Water Forum. Unfortunately, it wasn't well attended. I would like for us to do it at least one more in the quarter so that residents can come and get information on their water bill. By the time I showed up at 5, it was already finished. So if we can do something where residents have the chance to get their questions answered after hours, that would be amazing. We had the chance to welcome the VP of Microsoft, who gave a presentation to our IT department about AI and how we can incorporate it into what the city is doing. So I wanted to thank our manager for hosting that as well. For those of you who are Zumba lovers, there is a Zumba class coming up September the 4th at the Ulita Community Center, so mark your calendars. I had a question as well, Mr. Manager, in reference to 2 of the consent items, one of which is the holiday lighting. My conversation with you is that the neighborhoods around the city that need some festive cheer during the holiday season, I'm not sure if you were able to look into how we can make sure that we not only light City Hall, but that other areas within the citywide can also get some cheer as well. And I believe the item 9.5, if you can also bring clarity to that, wanted to pull that off of the consent for discussion as well. And last but not least, to my colleagues, I made the suggestion that we move the exterior wall cleaning, which is about $400,000 from the ARPA Phase 2, that we can discuss that as something that will be funds that we can actually use for the residents of North Miami Beach. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just wishing everyone a great and safe summer. I know school opened up this past week in Miami-Dade County. It was pretty hectic, but we all got through it. It was also want to congratulate and applaud our NMPD Police Department for a great national night out. It was a great event. Our county commissioner attended. She loved it, as she expressed when she was on before the dais. And basically just wishing everyone to stay safe and keep hydrated and enjoy the rest of the summer as we lead into fall. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank our state senator and our county commissioner for attending, as they both said, 13 cities and 14 cities and all the work they have to do, and families at home. I thank them for coming here to share information that our residents need and our residents can use. So I thank you for that. I also want to say I just had today at 4 o'clock, I got back from Orlando for an ICSC convention, which is your shopping centers, your retailers, bringing business to North Miami Beach. I had the honor and the pleasure of meeting one of the owners of the 163rd Street Shopping Center, which is in the county, but on the east and the west and the south, it abuts North Miami Beach, and they want to work with us. They've already met with our manager, and I'm looking for an exciting change to that shopping center, where the facade facing 163rd Street will be something that we can be proud that it is abutting our city and maybe that will help to make the rest of the neighborhood around it also think about some changes. I also want to wish the school year to be a wonderful year for each and every family, each and every student. Be safe, study hard. Make sure you recognize that that's your job to do well in school. Don't rush it. Once you finish school, you have to work the rest of your life. So go to school, get that education, so when you work, you get to work a little bit easier, a little bit smarter because of your education. I also want to say 120% that I hope everybody will pay attention to who's running for office, will register to vote, and will pay attention to who's going to take care of you, your family, your money, and what happens in your city. With that, I wish everybody a safe, wonderful couple weeks till we meet again. And we're available. So if you need something, hearing the comments tonight when they came up here, if you need something, call us and we'll do what we can to try to help you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Good evening, everyone. I also want to thank Senator Jones and Commissioner Steinberg for coming tonight, and Senator Silver, thank you so much for just never quitting. Thank you, as well as Commissioner Kramer, never quitting, always coming and trying to keep our city straight. So thank you so much. I also want to wish our city attorney, Joe Geller, speedy recovery. And I also want to give my condolences to the family of Mitchell Abrams, who was an employee of our city for about 18 years. Our prayers, our thoughts and prayers are with you, family.
He's the one who got the Charger Drive instituted right in front of the school. He worked very tirelessly to make that happen.
To do what?
Mitchell Abrams.
What did he do?
He got the street name changed to Charger Drive.
Okay, cool. Also, the library and the Commission of the Status of Women both had their back-to-school drives, and they were both amazing. And thank you so much to the library, the employees of the library, and Adenia, our director. And thank you so much for Parks and Rec for, as always, doing an amazing job, but doing an even more amazing job in helping for our back-to-school night. And also thank you for Mayor Cava. She showed up. She came, she showed up, and she helped. So thank you so much to her as well. Dale NMB, I'm super excited. September 13th, it's going to be at the amphitheater. It's going to start with artist exhibition, Latin artist exhibition at the library. Then the amphitheater opens up, and we're going to have Aimee Noviola, who is a Latin Grammy winner, performing, and she's also an actress who did a telenovela on the life of Celia Cruz. So I'm super excited that we were able to score her to come among Los Tres de La Habana, Miami Music, Sergio, a few other people as well. So it's going to be an exciting, exciting night. I want to also acknowledge National Night Out. The police department did an amazing event, and thank you always to our police department for keeping all of us safe. Yes. And wishing everybody the end of summer a happy Labor Day. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. First of all, thank you everyone for being here this evening and taking time out of your schedule to join us and participate in the democratic process of your city commission meetings. Obviously, for some, but unbeknownst to others, local government is really where the rubber meets the road. That's really where the rubber meets the road. So participating in this process is so important because we affect your daily life. So we really appreciate you taking the time out to do so. Mr. Manager, I know that a couple of days ago when we had our workshop, you were asking us about allocations or reallocations of our American Rescue Plan dollars. I did make mention to your team. And I just want to make mention here that we should also take some of those dollars for bonuses, sign-on bonuses for police officers. I know we have a new fiscal year starting, but there are some people who've already made commitments prior to the new fiscal year. And, you know, I just don't think it would make sense for them, because of a month difference, not to benefit from a sign-on bonus. And we know how important that is to keeping people on our team. So I want to push for that. And in addition to that, we've had a conversation several times over about speed gauges or speed signs in our different neighborhoods to slow people down and to advise them on their speed and really make that known to them that, you know, they have to be a little bit more careful in how they drive. So if we can allocate some of the funding for that as well, I think that is something that we can resolve rather quickly. At the Florida League of Cities, which I attended and some of my colleagues attended as well, there were different vendors that were available to us. And the pricing that I'm seeing on these, I don't even, what is the name of it? It's not a speedometer. It's a
Radar sign.
radar sign. Okay, so these radar signs are going $4,500, $5,000. That's you know, a drop in the bucket to save lives and to make sure people are not speeding. So if we can address that, that would be good. Aside from that, I'm looking forward to an expedient meeting, and let's rock and roll.
Okay.
And I'll do my best to make sure that happens.
Okay, good. All right.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Okay. Well, thank you. First, I wanted to thank the senators and former senator, who is a real trooper, for coming on out, as well as the county commissioner. I wanted to, several months ago, I had noticed that there was this huge outage of street lighting in the city, and I made that one of my initiatives to make sure that that got corrected. And I want to thank staff, because at this point, it's a huge improvement. There's really, you know, a few handful of lights out still, but largely our city is well illuminated, and that is really a great thing for safety and beautification and everything else that goes with it. Also, the CRA business event, I thought that was great, getting the CRA into the business community and showing them what was available. While we're talking business, wearing my Chamber of Commerce president hat, I want to let everybody know that you have an opportunity to be involved in the North Miami Beach business community. Not only is it good for business, but it's also good for fun and social purposes. Tomorrow night, we actually are having an event at the Soleil Sunny Isles Hotel. Should be a really nice event out on the patio there. We have a Chamber of Commerce lunch on the third Thursday of every month, including September coming up. And also, as mentioned by our communications director, the Senior Health Fair, which is also put together by the Chamber of Commerce, is happening next month and is really an incredible event that we've had for several years now. Want to remind everybody that the mayor's office is open to all, so if anybody needs anything at all, to please reach out. And I am here and available for you, or you can call me or my constituent aide at any time. Also, in closing, I wanted to wish a happy birthday to one of the unsung heroes of the city, which is Ricardo Castillo, our IT director. Yeah. I don't know if it's exactly today. It's on or about. Is it today exactly? Yeah, okay, it is today. Okay, and last but not least, a happy Labor Day to all. Thank you.
He's at work today. No birthday holiday.
Okay, all right, that should conclude the City Commission reports, I believe, Madam Clerk. And now we're going to go out of order, and we're going to do so.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, a point of privilege. I also wanted to mention that the manager and the Parks and Recreation Department are looking to add indoor pickleball nets to our indoor facility. So I'm looking forward to hearing that, a little bit about that too.
Okay,
Where are you gonna put the?
Indoor portable nets that you can move in and out of the court.
All our community centers where the basketball courts are marked for multi-use of the court, and we have the pickleball lines on there. Now that we've replaced some of the roofs on some of those community centers, we'll be able to bring the program back.
And then whenever we formulate something for the current tennis area, we are still gonna have pickleball there, though. I just
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
make sure that that's going to be incorporated there, because I told everybody at ICS.
I heard you're going to be one of the first pickleball players.
I'm working on it. I've asked
Second.
Andrew Plotkin to see if he could try to teach me how to hit a ball when it comes to me.
You know, I used to think pickleball
Boy.
was like, you know, not a cool thing until rappers and basketball players and everybody started playing pickleball. So now, you know, I think it's cool, you know, so can't wait to
All right.
try it out.
Well, we're being cool. On speaking of being cool, Vice Mayor, so we decided we were going to do BTRs and appointments.
Yeah.
Is there some other item that you?
Okay, so BTR's appointment and the resolution on preservation of our parks. So I'll move that we, and Joshua's Heart, at 2,500 for them. So I'm going to move that we address items number 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3 at this moment.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, do we need to do anything to make that change, or we can just do it without any kind of vote or anything, right?
I second.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, good. All right, so now we're on to BTRs, 12.1, G5.
Yeah, we should read the appointments?
We're gonna do the one BTR, then we'll do the appointments.
I thought we just did it, 13.1. Okay.
Okay.
We just did 13.1 to 13.3.
You're doing 12.1 now,
Wait,
which is,
we're doing 12.1 right now. We decided we were doing.
I'm sorry, Mayor?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm sorry, to the commissioner's question. Even though you voted on the appointments, Mr. Attorneys, does that have to be read into the record before a formal vote?
Yes, and actually, it wasn't entirely clear if they were just moving to take the items now.
Right.
or actually approve them, so please.
Right, all right. It was my understanding that that basically we were moving to make the change to the agenda.
That's what I understood.
So I was hearing a change to the agenda, then I was hearing that we're doing
So-
BTRs, and here we're doing appointments.
So, Mr. Mayor, do you want me to make a move to change the agenda and vote? Is that
I
necessary?
think we already did that,
That was
right?
moved and seconded.
we did that already.
So, okay, let me do
You wanna
this.
do this again?
Let me
We
do
did
this.
that already.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move, I'd like to officially move to approve the change to the agenda and move items number 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, item 12.1, and also item 15.6 to right after our commission comments.
And the resolution.
And and the resolution,
That's it.
and the add-on resolution. Do I have a second?
Okay, in that order, right? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Now we
Right.
vote all in
All in
favor?
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All
Okay.
right, cool.
All right.
All right,
so we're good on that.
now I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, to introduce and approve items number 13.1, 2, and 3, the appointments of Commissioner Phyllis Smith as Vice Mayor, appointing Ellis Keeter to the Economic Development Commission, and appointing Jamie Figueroa to the Economic Development Commission.
Second.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
All right.
passed unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also make a motion to introduce item number 12.1.
Second.
Okay. All right, it's been introduced. All right, so, yeah. Mr. Attorney, do you need to read anything on 12.1 with the BTR for G5?
I want to introduce my able co-counsel, Jacob Alberg, who will take up your question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yep, it's G5, presented by Edward Ng, Interim Community Development Director.
Did one of you take my thing, my G5 thing? Yeah. you guys take?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Before you this evening is a business tax receipt request for an extension of hours. As the Commission might be aware, under Chapter 12, Article 2, Section 12-2.2 of the Code, any business that wishes to serve alcohol between the hours of 4 and 6 a.m. must come before the Commission annually for their renewal. At this time, G5 this also applies when ownership changes hands. So in this case, there are two aspects here. G5 has changed ownership, and that new ownership has to request approval from the City Commission for the extension of hours that was previously granted for the rest of this fiscal year. They're also making a concurrent request since we're already in August and the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, for permission on renewal for October 1st to September 30th, 2024 to 2025. The license request for G5, and they are present this evening. The applicant has obtained a state license in the state of Florida, Department of Business and Professional Regulation. As required, we reviewed the police report for the location and note that the amount of items that in the staff report provided the Commission as being 9 significant on-site calls between December 1st to June 30th, 2024. We note for the record that G5 has historically employed off-duty officers and include these as part of operations and security plan they are required to submit. Community development staff note that it is at the City Commission's discretion. The applicant is here should the Commission have any questions on this request.
Okay, all right. Mr. Trump.
Come on up. Have you been involved with the management prior to your taking ownership?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Shamara Todd, the new proprietor. I've operated an adult nightclub for the past 15 years, even though I'm only 35. I opened my brand, which is Taboo, from I was 20 years old. So I do have 3 locations that I personally like. They're like
I'm talking about this location.
Oh, this one? No.
So neither one of you had anything to do with?
I was working with the prior management and made sure that all of the security features and everything else has been implemented in their new ownership and structure.
Okay, because my concern is, like everybody up here, is 64 incidences in a report. We have a report that has 64 different incidents.
We've noted for the record that there were 9 significant, but overall there are 64 incidents overall provided by the police to the Commission as part of the review.
That's a big use of our police department, 64 times answering to this, business.
If I may.
And Mr. Mayor, can we get your name on the record, sir?
Oh, my apologies. Noel Johnson.
Speak into the mic, please. Thank you.
Noel Johnson, thank you. I believe that some of those incidents were not of significant nature. There's some times where people get locked out of their cars. There's other times where people are drunken and may need assistance getting home and things of that nature. There is always at least 2 off-duty police officers outside the door, as well as security inside to make sure that there are no incidents of any violent nature or crime or anything that would be harming the community.
All right, and can you assure me that you're going to do a better job of monitoring this and be more on top of it than the last owner?
Yes, yes. I was very, what would I say? I was a bit withdrawn from even taking on the ownership because I don't like liability. So I'm on top of my security 100%. Every single night that club is open, the officers are out there. That's not a cost that I'm interested in sparing because I do understand it's my responsibility.
Thank you.
Okay, so these 64 incidents are since they took over? Or
no. Sorry.
We would have to defer to the police on that.
But when did you take over?
February 8th this year.
Okay, so this started December 1st. So I would have to just, here's a list. So I guess I can just count how many. But I don't know what night eyes are and grid checks are.
Commissioner, if I may, and I'm getting, PD had to step out for a moment, but overall, the events have to do with just regular community contact that would be on the facility. Grid checks is just the various patrols when they have to get down and just check to make sure everything is okay. As Mr. Neng mentioned, there are 9 calls of significance in here, of what police will deem as significance. The others just tend to be more of what's reported point of contact. One category is loss of property, another is information, watch orders. Community contact is just any type of contact that the police will have with anybody that's on the property. So there were 9 significant reporting between December of 2023 and June of 24.
Right, so 21 of them are from when they took over until June 22,
And I have
from 2 months ago.
Major Nichols is here, and he'd be able to kind of give a better breakdown of those categories. Major Nichols, you can.
Okay, so 21 of them, 21 of these calls are from February 3rd until June 2024. June 22, from 2 months ago. So in a period of 4 months?
Commissioner, are you referring to the grid checks?
Yes.
Okay, the grid checks is just checking the area on the grid from the map and that location that was from a,
Well, no. I'm not sure what these 22 calls are because I have to look at them one by one, but I don't know what a grid check is and I don't know what night eyes are.
okay, so I'll explain that. It's not actually a call for service. It's what our officers self-initiate to go check the area. So if the business, example, if we have vehicles burglaries happen at G5 during a certain time, we'll put a watch order on the business and the patrol will go through and go through the parking lot during that time. A community contact is a concerned citizen that sees one of us out on the street patrolling and asks us a question and we answer whatever their issue is.
And what are night
And
eyes?
Night eyes are for at night. If a business thinks was recently burglarized or they're having suspicious people around, same thing. It's like a watch order, but it's just at night. And we go do a business check at that business. And that's why it's called a night eye.
And what's AOA? From here?
Assisted other agency.
Okay. And then what is it here under the businesses? It says G5, but like 3 times it says taboo at G5.
I think that's on the new ownership.
That's the new
taboo, right?
Well, no, because they took over in February, and since from February to June, there's 3 times it says taboo at G5.
That's the new name of the establishment. It's Taboo by G5.
Okay, so the other times they just didn't write taboo in it. Right, I guess?
It was the name change in the CAD from when the business changed their name from G5 to
No, it's
Taboo.
like in the middle, it's random. So
Right.
for whatever reason, it just wasn't written properly. That's fine. That's not a big deal. All right, so 21 times in 4 months. All right, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Okay. Let's just.
Thank you. I just want to say to you, you're a beautiful woman, and I'm sure after 15 years you've had a lot of experience with this kind of establishment. But all the years I sat here on this council, Miami Beach, which is a tourist designation, they have to get an exception to be open till 3. Till 3. I just don't understand why North Miami Beach is a designation from 4 to 6 in the morning. I don't understand it. Why would we do that? Because here's the issue. We have 2 establishments. One is where the children get picked up and go to school, and yours is in an industrial area. But even on Miami Gardens Drive, when you go over the bridge, they're not open till 6 in the morning. 441, they're not open till 6 in the morning. I just don't understand why North Miami Beach has to have their people, everybody get off work, and let's all go to North Miami Beach and drink. and have a good time. I understand, and I understand that it has some pluses for our community when you have the off-duty police officers, but I just don't understand it. I honestly have to tell you that you have to get the manager's approval from 2 to 4, but from 4 to 6, when no other municipality does it, none. I just can't understand why North Miami Beach has to be the one where people come to drink. I'd like to be known of a lot of things, but that's not one of the things I'd like North Miami Beach to be known for. So I appreciate your coming before us, but I don't think I can change my mind on that opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
And maybe I can ask Mr. Our public, our zoning. Where's he? Hey. No. I just had a question. Currently, how many establishments do we currently have that fit this criteria? Just 2, right?
There are 2, yes.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, two. No, just on this one as well as and solid, not solid.
Dean's
Solid
Gold. Dean's Gold.
Dean's Gold, yes.
And in regards to Dean's Gold, I mean, do they what's their hours of operations for currently?
I do not know that off the top of my head. I do know that the commission had previously given permission for to serve alcohol from 4 to 6.
Same thing, right? So
yes,
they currently have that. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
I have a question for the attorney. So I have always approved Dean's Gold, and I would like to give them an opportunity, especially that they're new. But my question is, I'm a little bit concerned about these numbers, and they're asking for a license until September 30th of 25.
Yes, ma'am. There are 2 separate requests here. First is the request for continue to the end of this fiscal year, and like with anyone else who need to renew their business tax receipt to the the separate request for
My
next year.
question is, if this trend continues or gets worse, can we pull the license, or once we give it to them, can we give it to them on the condition that this gets better?
Well, I wanted to clarify one thing with Major Nichols also, if we could, and then you can continue. So in reality, the community contact community contact is not any type of incident call, correct?
That's correct, Mayor, but when it's self-initiated into the CAD by the officer, it goes down as a call for service.
Okay, and grid check is just a precautionary drive-by?
Correct.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with incidents.
But precautionary meaning you just felt like doing it, or something?
They patrol. It's a
Yeah, but
normal
They patrol, they're flagged down, community contact, they're answering a
flagged
question,
down,
or there was a reason why we did a grid check, maybe vehicle burglaries, et cetera, and why we're going into that zone.
And Night Eyes is also part of that too?
Correct.
So out of that, so at the then, like lost property, I guess, is not a theft, right?
No, so there was actually 5 reports out of all these 64 calls for service. 2 were for burglary of vehicles, 3 were property lost, stolen items. And that was because the patrons were intoxicated and they lost their phone at the club.
Okay. All right, so essentially, of these 64 events, how many of those are of concern to the police department?
I would say 4 out of the reports that were caught.
Which 4?
It was the 2 burglary of vehicles and the 2 simple batteries.
Okay, so what date were those?
The burglary of the vehicles was December 20th, 2023, and
Prior to
December
that.
31st, 2023. The first simple battery was on March 18th, 2024, and the last simple battery was on May 9th, 2024.
Okay, so the first 2 were not with them, but the second 2 were.
Right, so really, we're talking about 2 significant incidents. It's just, I know that the 64 number is there.
Well, I said it's 21.
Thank you.
21 with them.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure that we were clear on, you know,
It's 21 since they took over, so 60, it's not 64, it's 21 since they took over.
right, and two, I guess two of them of concern to the police department, right? So we got two events of concern, okay? Okay.
Major Nichols, when it comes to,
I never got my answer from the attorney.
Yeah, she had a question.
Yeah, I had a question for the attorney.
Yeah, I interrupted.
Yeah, so if there was a continuing trend of not night eyes, but something, assault, let's say, can we pull their license in the middle, or do they have it until September 30, 2025 regardless?
As a general proposition, at any time that an establishment like this becomes a nuisance and there's violations of the law, you can pull their licenses. But we would like to take under advisement a more narrow answer on that, because I haven't frankly looked at your city code, so I'm kind of basing it a little bit on what I know of other cities' codes.
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Major Nichols, when it comes to off-duty police, which the establishment pays for, some of these calls or part of some of these reports, are they including off-duty police work as well?
Yeah, so the officer working the establishment night will be taking this report.
Okay, because there was a mention about the utilization of our police, which is a very valid concern, but I wanted to be clear for myself that the payment for those services more than likely is being made by the establishment, except I'm assuming if there's a need for additional police officers to report to that particular location.
That's correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Look, when it comes to this, I think that if we have, everyone has valid concerns, but I think those concerns is, to me, more things that we as a city need to address, right? Versus individually singling out businesses, right? I think if we put together a process and businesses abide by that process, then obviously we all have our options and choices to make. But singling out businesses, to me, is where that issue comes in, where we allow one establishment to do one thing, and then we're looking at another establishment differently. I think, that puts us in an awkward, and I don't know what kind of liability it opens the city up to address similar businesses differently when they've complied with our requirements. I think if we have an issue with 4 to 6 a.m., then we need to do as other municipalities and take a look into that and see what we can do regarding drinking at that particular time, whether it's on particular holidays that we may see an increase based on reports that we get from our police department, and we can mitigate issues that way. But I think that's something we need to have our staff look at if that's the direction we want to go. But I don't want to single out a specific business when another business is doing exactly what they're requesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that their business is an approved use.
Right.
For where they're located.
Right.
They just have the conditional use for those additional.
No, I
not
agree.
like conditional use, but they have a conditional thing regarding the license for those extended hours. But they're a business operating under what they're allowed to operate in that area.
Right, and what I agree 100%. And to Commissioner Joseph's point, what I'm saying is we have a similar business that's operating legally, and we've allowed them to do the 4 to 6 as well. So I hate to single out a business, who's doing the same exact thing and making the same exact request. So that's my statement on this matter. Thank you.
I have a question, please. Mr. Manager, when is the other establishment's license coming before us for a vote?
September.
I'm
think
not
it
sure if the
comes
community
now.
director knows, but we can get you that information. I don't have that accessible right now.
It should be in September.
I believe
Yeah, it's in a month.
they're both the same. And I take very serious what you said, and I concur that is something. The thing is there is no other business that we have, none. I don't care if it's Walmart or dress stores. We have establishments that have come before us that they had to close at 11, that they've had to close at 10. We've had limits. But you're 1,000% correct, and I have brought this up before. Not that I'm against the profession or nor against your business. What I don't understand is why are we the city that people come to when there's entertainment cities, there's cities that people fly into Miami to enjoy their week, to enjoy their month, to enjoy their vacation, and those cities say no. So looking at this, I think that I would like for 100% for us to think about that. But if this commission feels, I'm not against the fact that there's a new business coming in and that they should have an opportunity. I'm against the whole concept of that's the thought of North Miami Beach when no other city does it. Why us? I don't have that image of my city in front of me. I don't have that image.
Wait, let me hear from the attorney for a second.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Mayor, we think we have a very specific answer to your question, Commissioner, on the issue of the city's ability to revoke the license. So
Can you hold that 1 minute, because I was going to get an answer from Commissioner Chernoff, which might change my mind.
This, where they are, the warehouses where they are in, my city commission, city council at the time was asked, we're told by our attorney that we had to give the business, this type of business, had to allow it by constitutional right. We picked an obscure place to put it and thought nobody would go there, but they went there immediately, and they've stayed there since. So that's when they came there.
And your commission was told that they had to give them the right till 6 o'clock?
We couldn't eliminate the business from, we had 5 of them or something at the time, and we couldn't eliminate them, but we could
No, I don't want to
dictate
eliminate.
where we wanted them.
I don't want to eliminate. I think that it's a business that some people enjoy. That's not, I do. That's whatever it is. But I'm just questioning the hours. That's what I'm questioning, because kids get on a school bus and they go to school at that hour. People are coming out, getting in their cars, driving, when the children are getting in their cars with their family members to be driven to school. That's a question I'm asking.
Commissioner,
No, I'll just, like I said, it goes back to the point that we have an establishment. It goes back to the point that we already have an establishment that has the exact same thing. The only reason that they're coming up early is because of the change of ownership. There's no difference.
Right.
I mean, when Dean, I can understand us having the discussion after the fact to really have, to give an opportunity and to have some type of due process, as opposed to just arbitrarily saying, you know what, I don't feel like it today. I think that's unfair.
It's not a question about.
No, I understand what you're saying. No, but
That's a crazy statement. I'm just saying to you, as what Commissioner, which I respect, I listen carefully. If we want to change the policy, we should be considering changing the policy. The fact that they're coming up they never came up a month before. They changed companies. It was always voted on at the same time, all the time I've been here. You voted on one, you voted on the other. I understand the other establishment is open, but now when they come up before us for a month, I understand what everybody's saying.
Changing the policy would be a topic for another.
Yeah, for another
time.
Okay, so
Not part of
Mr.
today's.
Attorney, when you're giving that answer, would you also give the answer, if we change the policy and they have this license, you can't go backwards, they get it for whatever time it is?
Commissioner Smith, they're coming for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. They're coming for 2.
They're coming
right?
they're only coming for a month or 2 from this year.
Yeah, this fiscal.
Yeah, but
A
a
month or
month,
two from the
no,
current
that's
term,
13,
and
they're
then the
coming for
following year.
13, am I correct, 13
It's
months?
about 13 months.
Yeah.
About 13 months, as opposed to 12.
Is that
Right,
correct?
it's
Yes.
2 fiscal years.
well, the reality is that they already have, under the previous name, the ability to operate until 6 in the morning. Is that not the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this business, we, the commission, have already voted to give them the opportunity to operate until 6 a.m.
For 1 more month.
Right, no, but this was what,
So why are they coming before
right,
us
they
now?
changed the name.
I know, but they changed the name when we did it the last time when we gave them that. They
It
were
was
here.
triggered by the new owner.
The new ownership.
They were
Okay.
here. They were here, weren't they here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That had been on the agenda last month, but because of, the elevator fire and
We
everything.
never got to it.
Never had a chance to hear it.
I understand now. Thank you.
So I'd like to have our attorney look into based on the concerns. And
we
at the
said
end of
we
the
had
day,
an
and
answer.
that's for something I think in the future.
It's going to take a while
It's
for
gonna,
that.
you
to
know,
come
for us
to-
to really do the research and get back to us on that. And if businesses feel that they can't operate until 4 a.m., then they don't do business in North Miami Beach. But for now, based on everything else, all things equal, I don't see why we shouldn't provide them with the business tax receipt that they've met the requirements for.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, can you please tell us what you were going to tell us with the little research you did?
Yes,
And then
and-
someone needs to call a question.
And I'm glad that Mr. Elberg brought back the specific reference in the code. At any time, this commission and even the Code Enforcement Board can take away a license, can cancel a license, I guess, if there is a violation of your own code in another section of the code that we managed to look it up with the help of Mr. Elbert, who will now, because he's got better eyesight than I, read that section.
13-46, no licensee, owner, or employee shall permit, suffer, or allow violations of this code or illegal acts to take place on the licensed premises if the licensee or employee knows or has reason to know that such violations or illegal acts are taking place.
So you can revoke, I just remember the term, you can revoke the license. Now, the other question prospectively, it will be also addressed by us in terms of what you want to do in the future on the hours and so on. And by the way, when we do that, I expect that we will have to read every case that has gone to court in the city of Miami Beach, because the control of the hours is something that is very much litigated. It's restricted by constitutional law. But we're not ready to answer that question, because I don't think you're ready to make that change, right, in terms of the hours of operation?
No.
No.
No, but I would like that to be studied and to be brought back. And and unfortunately, you see what they're saying is, if it's not fair if we don't do it to one, we have to do it to both of our establishments. We did have 3, but the one establishment on Biscayne Boulevard closed down on 171st Street. They closed down. But what they're saying is one has to have it, then the other one has to have it. And what I'm saying is where the other one is located is where children are being driven past there. You're an industrial area. That's not an industrial area. That is a main thoroughfare where children coming from our city are going to their schools. And that's why I really want to address this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to address this.
Anything else?
I'm going to call the question.
Do it.
Do we do public comment for BTR?
Yeah, is there public comment on BTRs?
I don't believe so.
It is at the chair's discretion.
Chair, it's up to you.
I think because we've always done it, we should.
It's
allow
past
it to happen.
practice, but it's up
This,
to you.
because we've always done it.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, public comment. Who said this was going to be a quick item?
He said he would try.
Yes.
Yes, good
Oh.
evening.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, point of order would be,
Lorene Hackman, Sunray West.
wait 1 second. We got to clear up one point of order. Do you want to
Mr. Smuckler would have to
make a motion to withdraw your motion?
withdraw to allow the public comment.
Kazan coming up to speak or not coming up to speak? Let me think about this.
She's already standing at the podium.
I'm talking about Kazan, not her. Yes,
Kazan doesn't care about
I will uncall the question. I will withdraw my motion to call the question to allow this beautiful woman to come and speak.
Oh, bless you. No, I agree with Phyllis. I think it's ridiculous. Why do we have to have
Ma'am, please state your name for the record.
Lorene Hackman, Sunray West.
Thank you.
May I begin?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I think it's ridiculous to have any establishment in this little city that we've got here open past 4 o'clock. Should be plenty of time. Why do they have to have that extra 2 hours? For what? To intoxicate them a little bit more? I mean, and do for one what you do to the other. Tell them no and tell the other ones no too when they come up. She's concerned about children because you get more action if you say children, okay? But there's other people driving around, going to work, and you've got people, you know, intoxicated, and I just don't, I agree with Phyllis. I think it's ridiculous. I don't think there's a need for it. I don't think we're making that much profit off of it by allowing them to do that. Why did we allow them to stay open till 6 o'clock in the first place? All right? So let's undo the mistake that we made before and do it for everybody and make a rule and stick to it. That's my opinion. I didn't need 3 minutes. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good point.
Yeah, who's next for public comment? You want to come up? All right.
Thank you all. Hi, my name is Corey Todd. I just want to say, listening to this, we live in America, and in the city of Miami, you have 4 24-hour clubs just like this one. Yes, but I think being in America, people have the right, the constitutional right, to operate a business, and I think it's quite fair that if you look at the history of North Miami Beach, these businesses have been operating over maybe 8 to 10 years, probably longer than that. I think maybe 15 because you have diamonds. And I think the city attorney would be, once he does the research, that that place does have the constitutional right. And I think it's a waste of the city time to be fighting this after you have had clubs operating for over 15 years there. And I think it'll be a waste of money in the long run. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. Last week I did write all of you about this here. There will be a strip club coming up to stay open from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. when the school children are out busy on the roads at this time, walking, standing, waiting for transportation. Many of us will be traveling on the roads at this time as well. And you should not be permitting these strip clubs that sell liquor at this time, enabling their patrons to become drunk. After leaving these strip clubs, they cause many accidents on the roads. It may not be directly in front of the strip club, but many times away in another city, in another county. They cause huge traffic jams at the times, road deaths, and our elected representatives are your duty as per charter to enable a better, healthy living environment, hence Heart Health Walk, Bike 305, and many other lifestyle programs the city runs. It is hypocrisy at its highest now to encourage DUI habits. 2 months ago, the city passed legislation enabling cameras in front of 3 schools in our city for speed traps, saying this will save our children's lives. If you want to really save children's lives, prevent DUI drivers from traversing the roads in early morning hours when our kids are going to school. Do not vote for the 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. license for the 2 strip clubs in our city. I do not discriminate. Our motto is a city where people care. It also becomes a conflict of interest having our NMB PD off-duty officers dressed in uniform guarding these strip clubs when they see drunks coming out from these joints. As the people testify, they have drunks. They literally turn a blind eye, no arrests are made, and we create a repetition of the cops waiting outside to arrest you. That is not going to happen. A blind eye is turned on this type of behavior. Who are we fooling? The cops are handsomely rewarded with the guard duty pay. Ask for the records how many arrests were made over the last year or so in front of these strip clubs, and you will notice a trend. What the gentleman said, 4 out of 64, 4. Your vote will be tonight, and I will be getting my chance to vote come November 2024. And God willing, I should be also contacting Mothers Against Drunken Drivers, MAD, and let them know about your lifestyle and your voting pattern. Have a blessed day. Safe streets for NMB and the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, to the attorney, something was just mentioned. I guess you know a little bit about City of Miami, perhaps. Someone mentioned that.
No, you noticed that I was ready to react.
Someone mentioned they have 24-hour clubs. Do you know anything about that? Because I know that Commissioner Smith was asking what other cities do, and that we're like the destination because we're open so late.
We will study that. I do want to say for the record, for whatever it's worth, things may have changed, but at one point in Coconut Grove, because a lot of this depends on what district it is, what the zoning is, and so on. In Coconut Grove, they wanted to stay open until 3 a.m., and my commission voted that way, and I vetoed it. But that was a long time ago, when all of you were in school and all of that.
3 a.m.
Right.
That was 3 a.m., yeah. But again, that was a long time ago. That was 1998. And it depends a lot on what the zoning provides and state law on sale of beverages and districts created for that. I wish one of our other partners was here because he's the expert in that, Lou Terminello. But we're not prepared to comment on that, but we will make it part of our analysis and submit it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I had called the.
All right, we have one more speaker, and then
And then I'm calling the question.
there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeb Hamwerger, Monticello. There's a few things that I'm concerned about right now with Miami Beach, with the spring break. We're creating a magnet. We've seen all the problems that's gone on in Miami Beach and South Beach. And now we're creating a magnet where they're going to say, okay, where is it open? Where can we go party? And we're bringing in a really dangerous element. And we know that these clubs bring in a very, very dangerous element. We had a very embarrassing incident that happened at one of the clubs in the city that got international coverage, making the NMB Police Department look very embarrassed, okay? So it's a huge liability to the city. We also know that these clubs are magnets for sex trafficking. The governor has created laws to prevent underage girls. So we really need to make a decision. Do we need these extra 2 hours, especially now? We have schools here, high schools, that start at 7:10 in the morning. Okay, I mean, this is when the kids are commuting to school, and parents are dropping their kids off at school. So we really need to think: are we putting the safety of our children and the safety of our daughters? There's a lot that we have to think about when we're making these decisions. Do we want NMB to become a magnet for this very dangerous element and a very dangerous business, a very dirty business?
Correct. Very good, very good.
I said I was going to call a question after him, so.
Okay, all right.
Public
We
comment?
can't really cut off public comment, so you can't cut them off. So this will be good.
Not on my first day.
Yeah, it's her first day. They're making an example.
It's training.
Okay. David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. In my wasted career, it includes 12 years as a substitute teacher and 4 years as an unarmed guard. So yes, 4 to 6 a.m. sounds like, oh, everyone is asleep. No, you have the construction workers who check in about 7, if not earlier. Schools start about 7. And so that's cross traffic. And so unless you can steer all this traffic away from a bar, again, I'm presuming the bar stays open until, effectively 6 a.m. Yeah, that makes me nervous. So, I mean, so unless you want to replace the expensive, however worthy police officers with armed guards, like the ones I've coordinated with the now defunct airborne security, you want to send me out to be as maximum scary, all 300 pounds of me with, yellow vest and, hard hat, I'll be there tomorrow if that's what it takes, but make sure there's a cost-benefit program analysis of this establishment, however perfectly licensed. And no, there is no constitutional right to make a living. There is a Fifth Amendment right to life and liberty. And the question is their commercial right outranking the hazards? What we're seeing right now, or is likely to happen as construction continues, as populations increase. And that's presuming that the surrounding areas actually get renters, which is not a guarantee. Don't be surprised if it's, the land of the white elephants. But we need a plan. We need to be ready. If it takes police officers, make sure that they're being paid, less from the general fund and more from this specific case, however worthy. Okay, I am no stranger to fisticuffs. If I have to, personally guard the area to keep the children and the, civilians safe, then just, send me out there, because, I've seen stuff, I've done stuff, and it's not always pretty. But sure, let's be careful out there, especially in the dark as the hours decrease. Be safe. I will.
Okay. If you see a patron show up with a yellow vest and a hard hat, you'll know who it is.
I appreciate the help.
You can hire him as a bodyguard or something, I think.
Okay.
Now
all
I'm
right.
calling the
Do
question.
it. Let's go. All right. Public comment is now closed. No one else has come forward. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just, Commissioner reminded me, Vice Mayor reminded me, when you're in the building, you have to vote. Was that something that just came out? If we're here, we have to vote.
Yes.
It just came out that we must vote.
Right, at the ethics class that the three of us went to, they have to vote. Everybody that's.
Everybody that comes to the commission
So we
meeting
have
and
to
is in the
literally
building, they
wait
have to
until-
vote. We have to wait until
If
they
they're out
come
of the
back.
room, you have to put their vote on record. That's what they said,
And-
the
and-
Ethics Commission.
It's the way it was in the county and in the city of Miami. You would have to step outside. You cannot abstain. But I haven't looked at your code specifically. If you want me to.
No, not if you cannot, not if you have a vested interest that you step outside and cannot vote. If you're here, you must vote. It has nothing to do.
There
with
is no
it.
abstention vote.
Right, we're just saying that there's a commissioner missing, so we need to wait for her to come back.
Do we know where she is?
No, we don't have to wait.
No, as long as you have a quorum,
No,
you
no,
proceed.
And we get her vote when she comes
Okay,
in.
all right,
All right, so
okay. Commissioner Jean, if you can hear us, you do need to vote with us, but regardless, we're going to vote now and you can vote later.
All right. Call the question.
She did.
Did you?
I did call the question.
Gotcha. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Do you need us?
Voice vote, right, Madam Clerk?
I think so.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
We have one opposed, Commissioner Smith. And-
Not without.
So it's
Okay.
5-1.
Motion passes.
5-1.
Yep.
Okay, but just like I told G5 and Solid Gold, if this trend continue to rise, Dean's Gold, sorry, you confused me. If it continues to rise, I will, definitely for 25, I will say no.
Can we go to the next item, Mr. Mayor?
Understood,
Yes.
Commissioner, thank you.
Understood. I probably made some premature calls because I was new, so it's probably a little bit less because I
Well,
called.
Understand, we don't want to discourage you for calling if there's a reason,
Yeah.
okay? Don't look at it as that, oh, I better not call,
Yeah.
please call.
It's the legitimate,
Right.
it's the, not legitimate.
The validity of it.
And you also have officers that are right there that you're paying, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, but,
Okay.
you know.
Oh, no, we got the ordinance.
Yeah, the resolution.
Yeah,
Leave all your ahead.
Discussion 15.6.
yeah, we're going to introduce, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah, 15-6, right?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to let's do this reso, and then we can do the, where's this reso?
It's right here.
What's the number, Commissioner?
Resolution 20,
24.
RFB 24-19.
Yes, move to introduce.
okay, wait, is this is the added item?
Oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one.
I think you're reading the wrong thing. This is the one that has no number on it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Madam Clerk, this next resolution,
I'll get it, Norm.
R 2024 dash.
And I
Dash
second, I
blank.
second it.
Yep, it's been moved and seconded.
okay. Yes,
To read, yeah, we'll read it now.
go ahead.
Yeah. Resolution of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing opposition on behalf of its citizens to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Oleta River State Park Unit Management Plan Amendment, urging Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to halt the proposed Oleta River State Park Unit Management Plan Amendment, providing for transmittal of this resolution to Governor Ron DeSantis, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the members of the legislature, and providing for an effective date.
Motion.
Motion to, motion.
Second.
Motion approved, yes.
Second.
Okay, we got the motion, we got the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
We have to have public comment.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
All right. So I'd like to introduce item number 15.6, Joshua's Heart, $2,500 request.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Marlene Modestine, Chief of Staff. This request is for Joshua's Heart, $2,500 through your charitable donation process. They're asking for this after the fact for an event that they had on June 1st, 2024, where they were distributing clothing and other items to the community. In the same request, they did mention they continue to look for funds because they always supply food to the community. So this would supplement their efforts if you decide to approve it. Thank you.
Could I just ask, what was the difference? They've always supplied us with so many donations. What's the difference that they needed help now?
For this particular request, they were raising funds for an event they were having on the 1st of June.
So that event was at the Covens Center. That was
That's what it was?
it was for the men, for the.
Yes, the big and tall
the big and tall men.
menswear.
That was at the Covens Center at FIU. It was an event. It's, what's wrong with it?
Okay.
At the Coven Center, Joshua's Heart did an event that they've done before, and they did, I think they did their first year, they may have done it here. They may have done the first year here a few years ago, that they supply clothes for like big and tall men, that I think there's like a football player, a basketball player or something that donates like clothes to these men that are in need. So they're asking for money for, or they could have just gone to the manager's closet because he's tall.
And that's a one-time, donation, correct?
So
Yes,
that's coming from our contingency, or that's coming from?
So these requests, the manager's office would look for which account would be appropriate to expend from, not a contingency.
Right, it's unbudgeted unless commissioners you wish to proffer from your contingencies for the donation.
I mean, I always give them from my contingency, but I'm not giving them the 2,500.
Yep, okay. Can the commissioners please speak into the
I'm
mics?
right here.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr.
Well,
Mayor,
we can-
I got a question, the manager. You don't usually give anything for donations from the manager's office, do you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, why don't I make a suggestion that we take each one of us a little out of our contingency to do it? I don't want to set up a precedent that the manager's going to start taking money out of his contingency. We all have funds. The Spanish monastery is asking for money to bring Art Basel north, like they do at Midtown and like they do it, and they need funds to bring it, which would bring a week of people coming into our city. But if we're going to do that, let's start to use our contingency, a few $100s from each one. I don't even think it's $500.
And what I don't understand is why is this after the fact? It's, it's like, it's not, they didn't make the request beforehand. They basically had an event and said, oh, by the way, can you sponsor our event from last year?
Maybe 2 previous agendas, it just was never.
I mean, I'm going to give them for my contingency, not 2,500. I'm going to give them, I don't know who else wants to give them. I know that when I know how much I have left over, I'll give to several, yeah.
To your point, Commissioner Smuckler, because at the end, sorry, at the nearing October, we always, I think we did this last year, it shows what we were doing at our, and I do Joshua's Hot, you do Joshua's Hot, not everybody does it, but because everybody has different places they would want to contribute to, but I'm on the same boat. I'm gonna
All right, so would it be, would it be
Right.
fair to say due to the circumstances, number one, it really shouldn't come from the manager's office. Number two, that it's sort of after the fact, that we're going to, us commissioners will take into consideration and do something from the commissioners for that organization. And then this way, then we need a motion that is going to deny that, right?
No.
No?
Yeah, well, I make a motion that we change the request from the manager's office to using the money out of commissioners and mayor's contingency.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
it's a
but I believe
discussion
that, I believe that on this item, well,
It's a discussion item. We're discussing it. I'm going to give my contingency, and if anybody else wants to give from their contingency, we'll let Marlene know.
I'm sorry, I stepped out for a quick second. So what are we saying here? That they don't have $2,500?
We don't want to set up a precedent that we're starting to ask the managers.
the manager's office doesn't usually fund these type of things.
Because you have places you want and this.
Right, I understood. Is he doing this from his, doesn't the manager have a contingency himself?
Yeah, but
Is that where they're asking for? From, or you're asking?
No, no funds were identified. It's
okay.
For the request.
Right.
Typically, donations would have to be either coming from a mayor commission contingency, or the commission would have to dictate where it would come from. In the past, sometimes it's come from reserves because it's not budgeted. I do have a contingency. Those are funds that are being held with regards for negotiations and other stuff like that.
Okay, so maybe they'll even get more than 2,500 from us if we all gave. I don't know how much everybody wants to give. So they may actually end up being better off getting from us individually than doing it this way. But this is a discussion item, so
Well, I mean, listen, Joshua, I don't want to discuss that here, but since we're already on the topic, I think, if everyone's going to give something just to make it, easier for them, they're an organization that has been here for a while. They've done a lot of hard work. They're nationally recognized. There's no reason why, we should belabor assisting them in the best way we can. So, but a lot of us don't even know what our contingencies look like. So we're making commitments with.
I actually asked a couple of days ago, and they're finding out how much is in my contingency, because I always give to the Humane Society and the Spanish Monastery, and I definitely want to give to the library.
Right. Well, I mean, if it's available in my contingency, I'll give 1,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted for Vice Mayor, 1,000 confirmed.
And I'll let you know. I always give. I'll just let you know what after I know what funds. I should have a lot. But
All right, so we're
We'll
going to
pull a
move on.
report and provide it to you all,
Okay,
so you
thank
have
you.
that.
All right, so we're moving on from this
So
item.
the discussion item is that, they will get the 2,500, and we're just going to figure out how it's going to be paid out of the contingencies. Is everybody's in
It
agreement?
might not be 25, it might be a little more, it might be a little less.
I mean, no, but the minimum is, the 25 they're asking for will be given.
We can't guarantee that. I mean,
We can, 1,000 here, 300 there.
he doesn't even know if
She's
he has
gonna give-
1,000 to give. He probably does, but he doesn't know.
used much of it. I'm pretty sure it's there.
It should be there. Okay.
Okay,
More likely than not be okay.
They'll end up getting more than that.
Okay, all right.
So, okay,
Perfect.
so
So
do we take Commissioner Jean's vote now?
I would do a resolution of intent that says you are going to try to put together a fund that will be no less than 2,500, but you can't guarantee that unless each of you.
We don't need a resolution.
It's a
Can't we, this is a discussion item?
You don't need a.
Can we just say we discussed it and we'll give what we can give? That's it. If it's
That's it.
more, then
Okay,
great. We're not
we're-
putting
we're
anything
moving
on the record as official. It's just, we're going to do what we can, you
If you
know.
want to do a symbolic resolution of intent that you're going to try to help them as much as you possibly can, but from funds that are already part of your system here, which I guess are, they call them contingency funds or discretionary, whatever they are.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But I think that Commissioner Smuckler's question was regarding something else.
We need to get the vote of Commissioner Jean for the BTR.
For the G5 item.
You don't have to do that, but if you want to do it because she wants to
According
stick,
to the ethics class that we took, and we specifically asked that question, I think I did, or one of us did, if someone walks out of the room, they still, when they come back, they have to say what their vote was, even after the fact.
It was prefaced in the way that somebody was trying to avoid the vote and walk out every time a vote was taken. And so
this is what we learned in
I don't believe that's correct, but
Well,
if you want to, Mr. Mayor, if you want to
Okay.
If
All
we're
right.
learning-
Well,
solve the
if-
issue,
if-
you-
Let me just ask Commissioner John a question.
Okay, if we're learning wrong in our ethics class, then why
no,
are we
but-
taking
no,
All
the
right,
ethics class?
hang
in
on.
case you're right,
Listen, we don't have the ethics experts here,
No.
but just for purposes.
Mr.
moving
Mayor,
along-
if you're, in case she's right and the ethics experts are right and I'm wrong, you can simply,
This is why I'm just going to speak to Commissioner John real quick. Commissioner
What are
John,
the two
on the
items?
On the item for
What
the,
votes were taken? There's two items?
no,
No,
it was,
the
it was
G5,
one, it was
the
the
BTR.
G5 BTR 4 to 6 AM license for them. The vote was 5-1.
you have to,
4-1.
No, 5-1.
No, 5-1.
No, wasn't 5.
Michael, was-
There's 7 of us.
yeah, it was 5-1, but
5-1?
you can reconsider that and then,
no, I think if we just find out what her vote was for
you
the
can just
record,
add her vote if you.
why don't we just get her vote for the record and then we're covered, unless you don't.
What
if you don't
items
wanna
were,
do
what
that.
items were
The
covered?
BTR,
It was
G5.
only the BTR for G5, approving their 4 to 6 AM license.
That's a no vote for me.
It's a no vote for you? Okay. All right, so you got,
Let the
okay,
record
5-2,
reflect
so you got
that
it for the
the
record.
vote was then 5 to 2.
2. Okay. Okay. All right, so now we
Move to go
are,
back to the regular.
we're back to
order of business.
consent agenda.
And,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick, can we not have these types of items with the $2,500 requests? Are we able to just like,
I was questioning why it was even on here, but I wasn't going to bring it up right now. I just didn't think that.
The city,
it should've gone-
Mayor, the city has a resolution if a request for donation is made that does not come directly from a commissioner, then over $100 has to come to the commission for a vote.
But how about just telling them, no, that it's not policy from the manager's office to do it? Call your friendly commissioners and see if they'll help you.
That has a process in which they followed.
and the reason I bring that up, Mr. Manager, is you guys are following procedure, so it's nothing against you guys. I just think that we keep going back to the same conversation about having a pot where these organizations could come once a year and we make the decision and we call it a day. If they miss that, then.
Well, I think also, the thing is that you're going to be, if you make this a practice, there'll be multiple organizations that are going to be coming, asking for everything. And if we keep having discussion items for everybody that comes and asks, like I haven't seen that happen before, but if we keep having, unless the commissioner sponsors some legislation,
Right.
whatever, but. Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor, are you requesting for staff to take a look at that resolution and to bring back a?
Yeah,
an
because
updated-
I thought we've had that conversation, perhaps not under your administration, but it keeps coming back over and over. Typically when you have like CDBG processes and things like that, it's at a particular time of the year, usually before the budget is approved. Everyone comes, they make their requests, and then we approve those requests and it's done. So if they need anything outside of that window, then they have to directly approach a commissioner, you know what I mean? But aside from that, you don't have to deal with that burden of,
We'll
throughout
bring
the
you
year having to do this.
an updated recommended.
Yeah, so I mean, if my colleagues would agree on that, so they can have a process prior to the, maybe prior to the budget being concluded, that would be good.
Whatever that policy review is, I think we should do the policy review.
Right.
So that we know, because I don't think it makes sense.
And I think it should be done at a workshop. I don't think we should keep
We're
taking
not
all
do-
this
We're not
time.
doing it here.
No, we're not. We're just asking.
Okay,
that
we're
they
moving
look
on to
into
the
it.
consent agenda
Thank you.
right now.
Thank you. So that's a
we need
yes.
we need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second for the
Mayor,
consent?
I'm sorry, and just for clarification, I had heard that item 9.5 and 9.6, I'm sorry, be taken out from consent. 9.5 is Resolution 2024-86 with regards to the financial administrative support services, and 9.6 is the holiday lighting.
We pulled that, right? Yeah.
Okay. They're being, okay, so we are going to be changing the consent agenda. So we need a motion and a second, but showing that 9.5 and 9.6 is being removed.
Motion.
Got the motion?
Second.
Yeah, we're pulling it for discussion, right? Okay. Or for legislation.
Yep. All right, so, Mr. Attorney, we need you to read the titles. Read the titles, please, for the consent agenda.
Yes, all starting at the top. correct?
Except for 9.5 and 9.6, which are being pulled.
Great. Thank you. 9.1 Commission Conference Minutes of July 16, 2024. 9.2 Commission Meeting Minutes of July 16, 2024. 9.3 Budget Workshop Minutes of July 30th, 2024. 9.4 Budget Workshop Minutes of August 14, 2024. And then 9.7 Resolution Number R 2024-88, approved change order with Pantropic Power, Inc., a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Pantropic Power, Inc. for generator repairs and maintenance, increasing the contract amount by $80,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for Scrivener errors, providing for severability, and subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Is he supposed to read the title only or the whole thing for the consent?
The whole thing.
The title only on consent, right?
I think it's the whole thing, like the entire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Clerk and I had a discussion about that before, and she said that the custom here is to read the whole thing.
Okay. All right. I guess one more.
9.8 Resolution Number R 2024-89, approve award RFQ 24024 SG Lobbying Services. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of requests for qualifications number RFQ-24-024-SG Lobbying Services, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the lobbyist firms, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for Scrivener errors, providing for severability, and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
There's one more, Mayor.
9.9, right?
Resolution number R 2024-90, approved Florida Department of Transportation Turf and Landscape Maintenance Agreement. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a turf and landscape maintenance agreement between the City of North Miami Beach and the Florida Department of Transportation, providing the terms and conditions for landscape maintenance and reimbursement of such maintenance services from the FDOT to the city, providing for conflicts, providing for Scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Yep. And request a motion and a second to approve.
Okay, no, I need a motion and second to approve the consent agenda. Okay?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. On to quasi judicial. We need a motion second to introduce 10.1.
No, wait, didn't we
No?
move the?
The two that you moved out.
Oh, okay.
To deal with them.
Yeah.
No, we moved the communications to,
The first, yes.
did we move it to before quasi judicial?
It's going to be heard after quasi.
Oh, after quasi, okay,
So
all right.
Okay.
you motion, I second the introduction.
Yeah, we're introducing 10.1. We got the motion. We need a second.
Second.
Chernoff, thank you. Okay. And, all right, Mr. Attorney, read the title, please, on 10.1.
This is resolution number R2024-78, Elevate 163 NMB Mixed-Use Development. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, subsection K, subsection 2B, period, Roman numeral 1, to allow decorative screening of the south-facing frontage, parenthesis, northeast 163rd Street of the parking garage in lieu of the required habitable liner building, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-2, to allow for a lot width of 266 feet, where the maximum lot width allowed is 250 feet, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-8, to waive the 15-foot tower setback from the podium to permit a 0-foot setback for portions of the south and east sides, where buildings should have a minimum setback of 15 feet, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-1, to allow for a front street setback variance of 5 feet, where a setback of 10 feet is required along northeast 163rd Street, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, subsection J, subsection 9, to allow for an alley width of 20 feet, where a minimum of 30 feet is required, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, Table MU-3, to allow for a freestanding colonnade that encroaches into the southeastern right-of-way at the ground floor of the property, where a minimum 5-foot sidewalk along the street edge is required, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, subsection S, subsection 1G, Roman numeral 1.4, to allow a clear glazed area of 44%, where 70% is the required minimum, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-58, subsection J, Table MU-3, to allow for a second landscape strip abutting the property line, where one landscape strip is permitted, and approving or denying the site plan application with conditions for the construction of a 26-story mixed-use development with 351 residential units with an 8-level parking podium with mezzanine levels and liner units with amenity deck with 3,043 square feet of ground floor commercial space on a 3-parcel site currently occupied by 3 one-story commercial structures located at 1973, 1981, and 1991 Northeast 163rd Street, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. No wonder he passed it on to me.
I see that. Okay, before we start, just one quick point of order I wanted to ask the clerk and attorney on. The 2 items we pulled from the consent agenda, 9.5 and 9.6, are we going to be doing anything with those at this meeting, or they are pulled for this meeting?
I was going to ask you the same question. I didn't know why they were pulled at the request.
To legislation.
Right, correct. So that's my point. If we're going to, I just need to know if we're going to forget about those or if we need to bring those back later. We're not stopping this quasi right now. This is going to keep going for sure. Promise. Okay, but
Mayor, those
yes.
items get moved to legislation section of the agenda.
Okay, so these will be moved to legislation.
Yes.
Okay. So do we need to do any? Well, we already voted.
Not at this time.
Okay, got it. You're on.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner. Thank you for having
Mr. Mayor?
evening.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say.
We should do Jennings and swearing them in.
Okay.
Jennings disclosures, please.
Yep. Hang on. We got a few things to do. All right. We need a Jennings disclosure, please.
Okay. Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communications, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed, made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. So that would be identity of the person, subject of the conversation, and we'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening. I spoke with the attorney, I spoke with Mitch Edelstein, and I spoke with the owner. And I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I spoke with the attorney as well as the developer on a call, and its lobbyists and staff, and I can base my decision on this item based on the information presented to me this evening, to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
I spoke with Matt. I spoke with the attorney. I spoke with Mitch Edelstein, and I think I spoke with Mr. Nang. I don't think I spoke with the manager.
And are you able to make your decision on the item?
Oh, for sure.
Commissioner Smuckler?
So a question for our attorney. Should I be saying I spoke to the attorney, or should I be saying I spoke to the attorney followed by their name?
How about, the name is better. It's more
No, I'm
clear.
asking the attorney that question.
Well, you know.
Well, I was going to pipe in that you don't need to mention when you spoke to, if you mean by the attorney, the city attorney. If you mean,
No, like can I just say
I
spoke
think
to-
I think the mayor was suggesting that you ought to specify the individual. Yes, that would be helpful.
And I didn't even go to law school.
Okay, but I asked him because he's a lawyer and you're not.
You're not as confused as lawyers are. You're starting from scratch.
Okay, so I spoke to Matt Amster, Mitch Edelstein, Raphael, who's
Pecchio.
what he said, and our city manager, and we all know who that is. And I believe that's it, and I can make a decision based on the evidence I hear tonight.
Okay, perfect. Vice Mayor Florimon?
Oh, maybe I spoke to the architect. Right, I did. Okay, I don't remember your name, though. Oh, Chris, okay.
All right. I believe we did a Jennings the last time prior to the issue, right? It's a continuation, right? Did we not?
Well, that's when we had the fire drill.
But we did a Jennings prior to that.
Yeah, but you could have spoken to more people.
No, I'm just saying, okay, so,
Right,
so in that case, I would like to, use that same Jennings, and I believe in addition to that, I've spoken to Mitch Edelstein and staff about this item. And I can make my decision based on the information before me tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Piper?
I spoke with Attorney Amster, Mitch Edelstein, developer, and the architect. And I can make my decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes?
I believe after that meeting, I did speak to the developer, so I want to add that as well.
Noted.
Okay. All right. We need to swear in the speakers.
If you plan on providing testimony for this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Can't see. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your answer is?
Yes.
I'm going to ask for a favor when you do come up and speak, because I can't see everyone. Just reiterate that you were sworn in. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ng.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Staff respectfully request just to make sure the record is complete, to note that this is a continuation. Therefore, the Jennings disclosure from a prior meeting, as well as the representation that were previously made by the applicant, are therefore continuation entered into the record accordingly. The commissioners have noted that they will make their judgment based on the testimony this evening. We also note that that applied to the previous Jennings disclosure on any representations made on the last meeting as a matter of the record. With permission from the mayor and the commissioners, staff will respectfully request that the applicant provide the initial presentation, and staff will follow up with our presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. We have a presentation if you'll call that up. Great, thank you. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Elevate 163 North Miami Beach LLC, which is the applicant and also the owner of the properties. with me, and all of them had stood up to be sworn in. Our team includes the owner and developer, Rafael Pecchio, here in the front row. Next to him is Paul Lemartine Jean Lemartine Paul. He's a construction manager on one of Raphael's projects already, and will be the project manager for this Elevate project. We have our architects also in the front row, Fahid Chacon and Cristobal Arias. And we have other members of our team from our civil and engineers, traffic engineers are here, landscape as well. And from my firm, partner Jeff Burkow and our colleague Michael Yiannopoulos. A quick word about Raphael, who I think many of you have now met and spoke with. He is going on 40 years as a seasoned developer, both in South America and here, with many projects in the nearby area, which I'll get to in a minute. Again, he has already worked with and has chosen Mr. Paul to be his construction manager. He actually has grew up nearby, has family members in the city, and is very familiar with the area and will be a definite asset to this project in the city of North Miami Beach. These are these other nearby projects that Raphael has already completed on the left in Pompano Beach. The next one is Key Biscayne. The center one is up in Dania Beach. That is what has just pretty much been completed, of which Mr. Paul is working on, and will carry forward that success here to North Miami Beach. The next one is in the city of Miami Beach, which is soon to be developed. And the one on the far right is our Elevate project that we have before you tonight. Just to make sure we're all aware of the property's location, it's the area in red on this image. It's at the southeast corner of 163rd Street and 20th Avenue. It's, as you can tell, it's not the whole block. It's a single one-story building at the corner, and then the Cow Bakery, Cuban American original, the Cow Bakery that many of you may know, is on the western side. And about the bakery, Raphael has spent a great deal of effort to work with the current operators to earmark and build to suit to meet their needs in the new building, so that this great community service can be maintained for years to come. And we do know that the owner is aware that there will be a time period of construction, and they are looking for temporary location during that in order to then move into their new operation at the new building. Also wanted to point out that the area in the green to the north of us, which is towards the top of the image, is the sort of the backyard area of the Fulford United Methodist Church. They essentially own the whole area there, and along with them and the other users to us on the west, we are keeping the alley as is. We're not here to take over the alley because it serves other users on the block, and we want to keep that use to be available and active to all. We specifically met with Pastor Ginger Medley and other members of the church board quite a while ago, and explained the entire project, including the images and the plan and our time frame. I think we had a very robust and good discussion with them. They, while asked questions, did not have anything negative to say. I have recently reached out a number of times to Pastor Medley since our hearing tonight was forthcoming. I did get a message from her the other day, and we did try to have just a follow-up call, but I gave her the update that we were going to the hearing tonight. And just as we did with many of you, Raphael, the developer, was on our initial call with her. So we made the introduction, and we will keep the communication open, and I will follow up with her right after, depending on how this turns out, either way, so that she, again, is continually updated. But again, we had a good quality meeting with them. These next images, just real quick, we are in the Fulford Town Center Mixed Use District. This is basically the area that a number of years ago, the city earmarked for higher in density and intensity. This is essentially us following the city's vision to bring a mixed use project to where it has been intended. This images here with our property shown in red are the whole district and are basically showing you we're right in the center of the district, and 163rd Street is a major transportation corridor. Again, the right place for development of this to be located and following what has been laid out by the city. So here you have our project. It is a very beautifully designed building. The architects have done a really nice job. In fact, all the framing that you see, which is meant to reduce the scale and massing, is effectively a great urban design. Lots of different materials, and the framing, again, breaks up the building. Honestly, one of the better looking projects in my own opinion, right? Essentially, it is essentially a work of art. And we have 351 units. The Cow Bakery will be at the ground level, which is the left side of this image. On the ground floor, there'll obviously be a lobby. And for the residents, there'll be a little executive center. And of course, the building has its own back of house issues, including internal parking for the commercial use, as well as parking in a podium for the residents. And you can see that that's all extensively lined by actual units with some screening for the parking. And we have plenty of parking. We have 490 spaces, well higher than the minimum required. And also our building, while 26 stories, is not meeting anywhere near the maximum allowed. We could have 315 feet, but we're only at 276. So it appears, just so you know, this is the prior version of our presentation. I did have additional images in here, and so I will keep speaking, but I want to see if the IT staff can bring forward our more recent presentation that we shared a few weeks ago. The project itself does have great benefits. Again, there'll be over $2 million that will be received for building permits and impact fees to the city, as well as over $2 million that goes to the county for roads and schools. During construction, this is intended to, is anticipated to bring in plenty of jobs, over 1,800 jobs for construction, as well as some other indirect jobs. The residents of this building will be anticipated to spend $8.3 million annually once it's established. And very importantly, all the way at the bottom right, that there will be a great increase in the property taxes collected for this development, 112 times more than what is presently being collected. And that, again, will have a great benefit to the city for use as general funds. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. All right. So here again, sort of looking to the northwest, you get again a great the significant and substantial great design architecture, and what it does is it's framing the intersection itself, of which actually at ground level there is a great urban plaza, but also the sidewalks themselves are very pedestrian friendly, wide thoroughfares that will be both safe and also landscaped. And here's a view from now looking towards the east. Up on the in the middle, where you can see the blue, is actually the amenity level for the residents. That's also again landscaped and. One thing to take into account, because this is one of the first buildings that will be going up as a mixed-use building, recognizing the vision of the city for this area, we have purposely brought the tower itself, the taller portion, closer to 163rd and also closer to 20th Avenue. In fact, we have purposeful variances to bring that closer to those roadways because there's no adjacent neighbors. The roadways are quite wide and spread out the adjacent uses. And so what that does is better be compatible and sensitive to the church to the north and the other users that we have to the west until the area is then further redeveloped. Taking a look at the ground level itself, on the bottom right, where you do see the blue, it's a little water feature. That's our outdoor urban plaza, very purposeful to allow for the public to come and experience this on a pedestrian level. There is great circulation both from 163rd on the bottom, goes straight through the building. Again, as I said, the alley will remain. So we have circulation through the alley that can then get you to 20th Avenue. And on the left is the Cow Bakery. And on the top of it is the commercial parking spaces, right close proximity. The commercial use at a minimum only needs 6 parking spaces, but we're going to provide more than double, 15 spaces for the commercial use. So that will definitely help people to, again, enjoy the Cow Bakery. As with every one of these projects, there is a great deal of technical review at the TRAD level, and also including a full-on traffic study. And I want to make it aware that this was fully vetted by both our traffic study and our engineers. The city's consultants have reviewed this, in particular the spacing of that entrance on 163rd. It meets the requirements. It's actually more than the minimum required. And through that robust review and approval by the city, we feel that this meets and will have no adverse impact to the roadways and traffic circulation. So there's a closer look at that urban plaza at the corner, and I want to point out that you can see this red sculpture. It's on a bench. This is purposeful. Raphael, in other projects, including here, wants to add art in public, and this is he's already worked with this artist, Jorge Blanco, and this, unlike perhaps some of the other ones that have come before you, this is really very close to what will be intended. And we thought it was a very personable type of sculpture. It's a place to come and sit and congregate, and it will certainly attract attention, draw people to the plaza, to the bakery, and certainly can be a place where people will, it'll be of notoriety. People will want to get seen here, take their selfies with this great sculpture. Here's another close-up image where you can see it again there by the water feature and in a nice seated area with some shade. So it really, on purpose, with the architect's help, has been an embracing of urban design to allow not just people to come and live at the building, but for the public to come and enjoy this plaza and to have a nice avenue to get to the bakery. The bakery itself will have a very nice covered outdoor seating area. So in addition to the indoor, it will have a great opportunity for people to enjoy the fairs and be outside. Then here's just a look at the amenity level. And then above that, here's a typical tower level. And you can see on the right and on the bottom how the tower is brought closer to the intersection to be away from, there's lots of spacing in the north as well as on the west, on the left side, in order to be sensitive to our neighbors. I believe I already walked you through the economic benefits. We have 3 additional voluntary conditions that we'd like to expressly have added to the final resolution in your approval. Obviously, the art in public that we have in the urban plaza is the first one. Secondly, we, as other developers, completely recognize we want to be a partner with the city and help with other city items such as the public library, youth sports, and in fact, earlier this evening at one of your presentation meetings, I know they had a great recognition of the youth sports happening in the city, and we're happy to assist. And so a donation that we're voluntarily making could be used for helping out and continuing that program. We're very happy to assist with that. So we're proffering $40,000, which will be broken up into 2 payments, one soon after this approval, and then the other, like all other building permit fees, at the time of issuance of the permit. And then on the right, the third one, which I think will basically go without saying, as every project is going to look locally and to hire minorities. Our construction manager, Mr. Paul, has familiarity with the area and will certainly be doing our best to hire both local and minorities for the construction. And with that, our entire team is available to answer any questions. We agree with all the staff conditions in the resolution. We do ask that you add to those our 3 voluntary conditions. We feel that this is the right type of mixed-use project in the place that the city has intended. We're making extra effort to make sure that the Cow Bakery will have a place and continue to serve the community. And I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything more from you, Mr. Ng?
Thank you. Got a whole art presentation. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Before you this evening, Elevate 163 at that currently at 1973, 1981, and 1991 Northeast 163rd Street. Addressing folio 07221600. 0740 0722160001 0731 and 0722160001 0730. As the applicant indicated, it is currently where you find the site of the CAO, the Cow Bakery, on 163rd Street, just a little bit south of here. The current zoning for the area is MUTC, the full for Mixed Use Town Center, and those regulations are the basis by which we did our review. The request for variances and a site plan approval for a residential tower of a late level parking podium, 351 residential units, 3,043 square feet of retail, and 490 parking spaces. Staff note for the record that while not required, the applicant had voluntarily provided for electric vehicle parking. If the commission recall several months ago, you had passed a legislation mandating that certain projects have electric vehicle charging stations in the future. This project was grandfathered in, but if it wasn't, it would require 25 spaces to be provided, and the applicant is voluntarily providing 98 such spaces. This project will have amenity deck, liner unit, and a mezzanine level as well. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this in April. And voted to recommend to the commission for approval by a vote of 6-0. the subject that is noted, the master site. We note that the variance requests are due to the shape of the site in our technical review. And part of the site constraint also involved the need to preserve that alleyway in the back, which is where you see some of these requests for variances come in. The reason why we would need to reserve that alleyway in the back is because this is a major intersection. And from a traffic flow standpoint, yes, the applicant could have designed this differently, but by retaining that alleyway in the back and providing those entrances the way they have been designed, staff note that it actually creates better circulation flow. Ever get stuck behind someone trying to make a turn into a garage? We don't want that too close to the intersection, right? So this maximizes the distance already that's available to minimize such potential impact already within the design. We know that that is a primary contributor to at least 3 of the requested variances this evening, and those variances themselves kind of snowball for the tower, the effect on the tower, resulting in at least 3 variances. So at least 6 of those result from the need to create a better design for a circulation standpoint. We note that the applicant is, for the record, that it's looking for a lot depth waiver for 140 feet, 200 feet. That is, part of the site constraint that we noted here, and a lot with variance because it is a longer site. So it's longer and more narrow. The parking there has been satisfied, and the requirement for this site is 375 spaces. The applicant is providing 490 parking spaces here. As with all of the site plan criteria, we look through everything from the natural environment site all the way down to landscaping and lighting for part of the review. We note that while the applicant is looking at an alternative design for the landscaping, staff had no objections to this because it still provide for walkability and the shade that was contemplated under the code, and it is consistent with the intent of the code. Staff also reviewed the shadow study, and we noted, as we noted before, there are certain waivers being requested that are provided for under the code that involve the parking liner waiver that you've seen in other projects, the lot depth. And here we go on to the waivers. Certain things cannot be waived, and we have indicated as such to the applicant. Hence, their request for a certain variance regarding the parking liner in order to create a little bit more of the parking in a circulation pattern that makes sense, and so forth. Second waiver is the lot width variance. The tower setback variance was previously mentioned is resulting from that lot size. The front setback variance also a result of having to design this in a abnormally a normal lot, really. Of course, and the alleyway width variance is there so that we can ensure safe traffic patterns in the back of the building, particularly for turn radius purposes. The colonnade variance provide for that outdoor seating that the applicant had indicated. It is a unique and different design aspect that, but in order to create that sort of different design, they must ask a variance for that from the commission. Actually, the 7th variant is glazing. In order to provide for different glazing, staff had no objection to this on review. And of course, there's the last variant is the secondary street variant. That to provide for a non-use variant for the street section. Again, we looked at it, and it is still, the design they're providing is still consistent with the intent of the code. The site plan conditions, we noted the applicant that they need to do certain things like provide for the caliber of the trees and also address any access management comment if they arise in the permitting phase with SDOT and so forth. These are pretty standard for a project of this type along 163rd. They're also going to, in their final plans, provide for site triangles and note that the loading zones, because of where they're situated, need to be restricted to non-peak hours, just because of the situation of where they are on the primary pathway to the entrances in the rear of the building. If you recall from your review packet, there are 2 such entrances and so forth. They will contribute to signal timing improvement because they are a major intersection, and that is a requirement what we found from the traffic study. And they will be providing other aspects of benefit to the city as well, including improvement to the pedestrian crossing that we are acting as part of the mandated aspect from their traffic study. That includes other travel demand or traffic demand management items. With that, staff respectfully can answer any questions the commission may have. Before you this evening, you may vote to move for approval of the site plan and associated variances, or move for denial.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, public comment.
Good evening. The floor is open now for public hearing. Please speak only on the item that is presented before the mayor and commissioners. Do we have any speakers?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. At the beginning of your speeches, you said that whatever is presented here, that is what you would base your decision on. I see many of you keep getting up, walking away. It seems as though you're already locked in to what you're going to vote, and that is. However, you know, like when you open a park, you have your plaque. The mayor, commissioners, or mayor council members back in those days, the city manager, whatever. I think every building that is in this city should have that as well. So when the S hits the fan, we know who is responsible. Here the gentleman is saying he's well within the parking limits, 490 parking, 351 units, residential units. This parking workshop was done April the 12th, 2023. The city manager was hired in that same month. He was sworn in June the 12th, I think, of that same year, 2023, more than a year ago. Nothing was brought about this parking. You have inadequate parking. And to crown the fun, they're now building right up to the edge of where they're supposed to be building. All those fancy buildings, they show that what they did. Let's see the setback. I go into Broward and those places, they have nice setbacks. You can see, you can admire the building. This here, to actually be at that building and admire the beauty, it would break your neck. You would have to lie down on the ground to look up and see that building. I mean, these guys know who they're playing with. So they come to you, you vote for it. You're going to vote yes. It's going to be 7-0. No doubt about it. But take the responsibility. Put your names on a plaque. Put it on that building. And then you have a traffic light about a block away from that. Okay, and then you have another one maybe 2 blocks away. And when that traffic starts speeding down the road, it's to try to catch the green on the other end. So nobody's going to be out there enjoying the little boulevard or whatever they have and hanging around, as the gentleman suggested. It's not, because it's a disaster. It's a traffic. And I know personally somebody who rode off that right there, ran into one of the shops. Ran into one of the shops because somebody braced them off the road. So what you're doing, as usual, irresponsibility. You don't care. You talk to 1 or 2 people. You think it's all well and glory. But these people, I do not know who's lending them the money to build these things. 351 units for 490 parking in Miami. That investor, they better know what they're doing, and they better ask for more parking and whatnot. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
downstairs and get you some snacks. I have some in my office.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. Everything seems very sane and very sober. Of course, still it isn't. I'm just curious, who's going to afford this? Or is it just going to be another stop off for people who are, spending most of their time in Aventura or just south of Aventura? I mean, is this for, is this for more workforce people or for people who, could afford to set up shop in Aventura but would rather, enjoy the area on our dime? Who's the customer? Or are we the customer, holding the bag if this turns out to be a white elephant? The equivalent of, these fabulous buildings around the world. The joke is whoever has the tallest building gets the worst of the next building bust curse. Again, the Shard of London, Empire State Building long ago. I'm sure everything is done to code, and that's great. Who are the customers? Is it going to attract those of us in individual homes to live there? The next generation that will, because their parents and grandparents never had a GI Bill to help them? Of course, good luck setting up the deposit. I hope it works. I just don't see who the customers are. I mean, what is the median wage here in North Miami Beach to afford, even a modest location like that, never mind the behemoths up and down Biscayne? You can say there's a minimum wage, but how much work here is being done, for tipped wages and other sweat equity that doesn't always show up on the top line, never mind the bottom line. So, yes, and of course, how much of this is going to be, in effect, subleased under the table? Because whatever beautiful plans, now that we have a relatively good market, doesn't survive the next recession, say in 3 or 4 years. So I hope you're ready to deal with both the boom and the bust, to quote the old TV show on RT America. Thank you.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, let the record reflect no one else came forward, and public comment is closed. And Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Kassan, I had already spoken and heard every word. Mr. Edelstein went over all the variances with me. He was very thorough, and I had the attorney just to make sure, and then I went back to staff. What I want to say, though, looking at the pictures, I would, different than hearing it on the phone and looking at the pictures, what's this, from the sidewalk edge to the building, or the decorative white fence that looks up there, decorative piece, how many feet are in between on the south side and on the east side?
So the south side is 163rd Street.
Right.
There's actually more than the required amount of right-of-way there. And if you, as we've had in our documents, part of the record, but also Mr. Ng mentioned that there's a variance for the streetscape on 163rd. What is normally required is a landscape strip next to the road or a trees and tree grates.
But how wide is the landscape?
If I could, I'll definitely answer your question. And then there's a sidewalk. And we actually have, I mean, we can call it up so you can see, but we have an additional 6, almost 7 feet of landscaping next to the building. So instead of the 2 strip, a landscape strip, a sidewalk, we have a third and which is taking into account greater pedestrian-friendly type of urban experience, a third landscape strip that's adjacent to the building. So all told, that is 16.7 feet.
And on the east side?
On the east side, we have a 12.5-foot green strip, which will have trees, as well as a 5-foot sidewalk. So 17.5 is the amount of sidewalk space. There's obviously a curb and gutter. On 20th Avenue, there will be parallel parking spaces, and then obviously the travel lane.
I'm looking more for the 12 feet. You know, I learned so much at ICSC. I'm trying to bring in a Zachaby's, and I looked at some what they call anchor stores to maybe not be anchor stores, but to come, and part of going to that convention and part of meeting so many people that are sitting there making deals in those 2 days, to revitalize 163rd Street takes vision, takes years. And my concern was the height of the building. But as the attorney so astutely pointed out, when you look at the buildings that have been approved on 20th Avenue and the building that's built, Azora, this building is within the parameters of what we have already approved in height. That was my concern, which, again, when you are educated and you see why it would fit in, it's a step, it's a beginning step to revitalizing 163rd Street. And to bringing, just think, when the mall has their footprint and when we see this building go up, I think the value of the properties and even tearing down some of the old buildings and starting from scratch and rebuilding, I think this is the beginning of it. And what they're asking for in their variances, all the years I've sat up here, none of them are so radically off. None of them are even close to that. So I had the pleasure of really studying it a few weeks ago when it was supposed to come before us, and unless you changed anything, I'm appreciative of you bringing it forward. And I thank your gentleman that you hired for making sure that I understood it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner John.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask Mr. Ng this question. You mentioned in your presentation the lining and an ask from the applicant. Can you kind of go back to that?
Yes, ma'am. The applicant's request is for the parking liner. Is to refresh the commissioner's memory. I know you have a lot to address. Within our code, we require that when we have a parking structure, there is a habitable liner of at least 20 feet surrounding it. And usually that's done so that the intent of the code there is so that you don't have a parking garage that's simply just, hey, we got a car and those headlights are just shining out. So in the past, the commission had to address this in one of two ways. If it had granted a variance for the liner, it required that there are facade improvements just to mitigate the effect of having those headlights out there so you can't be seen. Or otherwise, they do not, grant the waiver or the variance, and they ask that that be a habitable space. What do we term habitable space? We term it as a space either for a commercial business or a residential business. If the commission would like me to elaborate further, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, and another question within the, that's the first time that I heard Mr. Amster call it a work of art. I think that's the first time you've called anything that's come before us in that way. What's the construction timeline for this particular project?
Yeah, so Raphael, based on his efforts nearby, sees that this has great potential to be built and is working very hard to do that. And so we estimate it's roughly a year's worth of time to do the building permits, get the permits issued and break ground, and then roughly 2 years construction timeframe, of which will be managed by Mr. Paul.
Okay, a follow-up question to that is, I'm always championing job fairs, and I know you mentioned you're going to make an effort to making sure that residents and qualified professionals have the ability to take part. And I'm always championing for job fairs to happen within the city. So I'm hoping that you guys can definitely stay true to that particular request. The other question, is there open space on the, I know you have the area where the statue is. Do you have more open space or green space on the bottom floor?
That corner plaza is definitely open space, and the outdoor space also for the bakery. And then, as I mentioned, as Commissioner Smith was asking, we have a much wider thoroughfare, which has green space right adjacent to the entire building on 163rd Street and at over 17 feet on 20th Avenue. Plenty of green, since the majority, that's 12 and a half feet green space. So collectively, we meet the minimum, but I think with all of that, we're well exceeding it.
Can you speak to the whole market rate, affordable housing, workforce housing? Where do you guys fall on that spectrum?
Yeah, so based on the numbers from this year for the housing numbers based on the median income, all the 1 and 2 bedroom units are falling within just that market rate without any subsidy in the workforce housing range. So, and that's a majority of the units in the building. There's only a handful of 3 bedrooms. So the market rate is now basically for this project in this location with a very seasoned developer who knows the area, has done work nearby, is basically in that workforce housing range.
And one of the things I had a question for you about, and you kind of explained it, was the setback, and also, you know, this building coming online, like to Commissioner Smith's point, the basket of rights and what happens in that area is supposed to be set up for projects like yours, right? But what do you say to the resident that says, this is going to tower over that whole area? Like, what assurance do you have as it relates to the, you know, renovation of that area? How does your building add to that particular footprint?
So basically there has to be a first, you know, and that's where this is happening. I mean, there are other approved buildings nearby, and hopefully I know that a number of them are still valid and can be built. But when a first one gets built, this will encourage other development. But at the same time, the work of art was on purpose, not just, you know, to stand alone. It really is to help it be, as they first, something that won't be an eyesore, right? That actually will be pleasant to look at. We've kept the building height lower than we could, and on purpose, again, because that is another way of being more compatible with what's there today, and then, you know, allow for future growth in the future. And then moving that tower, right, pushing the tower towards the streets, which means it's farther away from our neighbors, again, is a great recognition and being sensitive through the design. And this still creates a building that will be a first, will be a catalyst for the future, not just redevelopment of 163rd, but the entire district.
I'm happy that you guys did a charrettes for the area. And this last question is to Mr. Ng. You know, usually the onus is placed on the commission to approve these projects. We've heard from residents that say, hey, they should be parking spaces for the commissioners. What do you say to staff approval, and how, because you guys kind of take a neutral approach, but from the standpoint of what the project is bringing forth, what can staff recommend?
Staff can note to the commission whether or not the applicant is meeting certain criteria. As seen in the presentation, you know, we noted that staff had the criteria, for example, with parking, to know whether it is compliant or not. In this case, having the minimum or the maximum that the commission prescribed, staff can only review upon that. And we note for the record again that the applicant had met the requirements set forth within the code.
So in your professional opinion, would it be something that you advise us to approve based on the recommendations, and how does that work? Wanted to get some clarity on that too.
Commissioner, if I may, this is a question for policy, which is for you all to. We can only recommend that the projects have followed proper procedure, and whether it meets a certain criteria or not. After that, it's up to the commission whether to determine if a project is good or not.
But it's fair to say that that staff has, obviously vetted the project, but for the sake of conversation, and also for the sake of us feeling that this is a project that's going to benefit the community. So in professional opinion, we're kind of depending on what you guys say in essence, but no one wants to take that responsibility, obviously.
It's not our place, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. You mean you're going to leave the hardware store? You're going to get rid of it? Thank you. That little hardware store that used to be there for when we grew up is now about this big. And there's a massage parlor or whatever else is there now. And thank you for taking that away, number one. Number two is that it's a gorgeous project, like you said. Based on the other buildings that we saw, this one definitely has characteristics that make it, if you like it, look really nice. And thank you for that. The question that I have, can I see the north side? Do you have a picture of the north side?
Yes, we do. Can you?
That was it. That's it. Okay. Is there any way to get a little of that squaring that you have in the front on the back? Or is that, hard to do?
Well, there is a lot of framing here already. The vertical, lighter colored, the floor height, basically lighter beige colors are additional framing as well as different materials to make it stand out. And even up to the roof, you can definitely see at the roof where you have that framing element is going above.
Well, if possible, just the squares somewhere to tie it to the front.
I'm sure that we can explore that, yeah.
If it's a big deal, then no. But if it's simple, let the architect think about it and go from there. I like the way you're handling the parking and making them go into the building to find the parking instead of staying on the street. That's what other buildings that we have approved doesn't do. They put it right on the street and then everybody's got to look and so on. So it's a nice feature that your building is doing. I think your building, unfortunately or fortunately, we put regulations in many years ago and now people are building to them. And we can't, fault the applicant for doing that. We had those asked for these buildings. They're not going to the height that we asked them to go to. They're not, putting the minimum parking spaces that we need. So thank you very much, and I think this is going to be a great project. And when I did speak with the owner and the architect, they assured me that they're going to build it. It's not just a pipe dream, that they are going to build it, and I'm going to hold you to it. I want to see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Foreman.
Thank you. Great presentation. The aesthetics of the building is very appealing. I just want to say that, a lot of times we have the conversation about workforce housing, affordable housing, median income. When you're in North Miami Beach or when you're in Miami-Dade County, you add a couple millionaires to that number and all of a sudden that median income just shoots all the way up, right? And so it's kind of hard to keep up with that unless you're in the affordable housing business, right? So, you do a couple of these things and you start to learn, that what is market rate? What is market rate, right? And that number just keeps going up and up and up. So, I'm not going to do the back and forth with you about that because I'm realizing that there's only so much you can speak to the issue of the cost for those who move into the building. Because even aside from the cost, Commissioner Jean, there's the fee for the dog, because the dog pays rent too, right? You'd be surprised, right? Some buildings are doing that. You have the fee just to register the dog. You have a fee to register the car. You have the monthly for the additional parking space. You have the lifestyle fee. You have all of these fees that are adding up to sometimes hundreds of dollars, $500, $600, $700 on top of the rent. And this is Miami. This is what Miami is now. So even if someone comes and tells me, well, these rents are going to be 2 bedrooms starting at $2,900, you're probably really looking at $3,500, based on just fees alone. I think, honestly, if we want to address the issue of affordability, we as a municipality need to take a serious step in analyzing the properties that we have that we own, and looking at 3Ps and things like that we can do with developers to begin to address the affordable housing crisis that we have. And we need to do it in a smart way, obviously, because green space is important. All of those things are important, but I'm just realizing burdening developers like yourself, I'm sorry, you're the attorney, but burdening developers that are your clients, that their particular niche is not affordable housing is a conversation that, I used to do, but I'm learning that, that's not really conducive to what you're doing. But what I will say is that you do have an opportunity to make sure that those in our community that are looking for work, that are struggling financially, and that are looking for job opportunities, that you actually hold to your commitments when it comes to that. And I don't know that we can even make that a requirement. I wish we could, but in looking at these projects come forth, I'm looking at your team. I understand that you have Mr. Lamartine as part of your group, and his experience with working with different groups, whether it's women, minorities, anyone who fits into the categories that we're referencing that are usually underserved and underemployed. We need to address that. That's that's our responsibility. That's our responsibility. And we're team members in this. I know you get your approval, and then we're on to the next, but we're going to follow this to really see where the rubber meets the road with the promises that you make to our residents that are listening to you, because that to me is what really matters. Some of us may not be able to afford the building, but if they can earn a living and maybe afford wherever they are now, if you can help towards that, that would be great. Aside from that, I appreciate the proffers that you've made on the record, and we definitely welcome that, and I just really look forward to this getting done. I think in the past 6 years, we've seen Soless go up. Now they're building their second. So that's a developer that came in here. They said what they were going to do, and they're actually doing it. Alan Mackin came in here. His aura is almost done. So but that's batting what? What are we batting? 200? When it comes to people actually putting the shovel in the ground and starting, because we're probably batting less than 200, because there's dozens around us that have been approved that, it's been years. It's been years. So I really hope that this team really gets going, and we're going to do our part to move fast on whatever permitting and things that we need to do. And if there's issues, let us know, because that's what we can take care of. And so that's a long way of saying I support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph.
Mr. Ring, I have a question
sir.
outside of this particular project, but goes to the spirit of the commission in regards to how we move forward when it comes to parking. In that sense, I know we have I know we had a discussion about having a study in that regard. Where in the process are we with that?
We've requested from community development standpoint for the commission's availability so that we can discuss this further with you in a workshop. We respectfully would ask the clerk to follow up after this meeting as well for the commission's availability. Once we have that availability, staff is very happy to discuss, pros and cons, and as we seek further direction on how to proceed from our commission.
Well, you want to ask a question, Commissioner Smith?
I just want to know when we set up these workshops that people will come so that they're meaningful and we get something accomplished.
But if they gave us a date, maybe we would come, but we haven't gotten a date, so how could we come?
Well, I know this is something, like I said, this is outside of this particular project because first and foremost, I support it. I support the project. It's just the issues that have continued to bog us down, especially from the residential standpoint, the residents that live here. They say, hey, how are we going to alleviate the parking? And we have to have some, we came to a conclusion a long time ago that we were going to come up with a study, have a very nuanced approach to it as opposed to just, a one-off. And I'm ready for that discussion. I just wanted to make that clear. I know it's gonna impact our future development moving forward. So I understand it takes time. I just wanted to find out where we are in that update and see how quickly that can actually happen. That's part one.
Commissioner, I do have a question on that.
Okay, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have the microphone. I would like to know what projects are already in the works.
I would like to know that.
So that we know, no matter what the discussion is, we couldn't touch them if we wanted to.
Commissioner,
I'm sorry to interrupt. The problem that we've been talking about this forever.
Yes.
And then all these projects come forward and we can't even tell
hands are
those
tied.
projects that they're not grandfathered in. So they're all going to be grandfathered in, even though we've been talking about this for a year and a half now. And it just keeps on happening and happening and happening. All these projects are coming forward. And by the time we do this, there'll be 200 projects and because everybody's going to get a heads up, hey, put your name in right now because tomorrow it's going to pass.
I think that's a discussion for a workshop very soon so that they can finish their project. And after he gets whether the vote's up or down, we could discuss that.
Okay.
Because I think we need to go back to the project.
What are we workshopping? Is there a consultant already done? Has the work already been done?
No.
Are we going to decide what the new policy will be?
I thought, from my understanding, there was going to be a presentation done by staff that says these are our options. This is what other cities have been doing, and I thought we did that. I didn't know because we've expressed that we need to update our current code in regards to parking. That's something that we all agree. There's a consensus in that. So why do we need what we need is staff to actually prepare the options for us, and then us to make a decision. Not that we show up again and say, hey, we have a problem with parking. So we need
Commissioner.
Sorry,
if I may. Some time ago, we presented the updated study, and the commission wanted to do a workshop on it because some of the numbers, it was expressed that some of the numbers in there wasn't enough, and they wanted to have a further discussion. Since that commission meeting, staff has been requesting for a workshop, and we haven't gotten a date back. We are ready and able whenever the commission wishes to meet.
But to your point, Mr. Manager, right? If certain members of our commission say it's not enough, then it would be like another option that you would present on top of the one that you currently have, and then we would make a discussion or have a vote on it, as opposed to coming back and just having the same old discussion. I mean, I just want to have the buffet. I don't need to go and tell you I'm looking to do X, Y, and Z. It doesn't make any sense. It's like we're going over and over and over again. We just need to come to a decision, a consensus, majority rules or what have you. But for us to keep going back, I just want to know what the options are. And if, let's say, Commissioner Smucker wants it to be higher, or I want it to be higher, depending on that situation, or the votes are there, they're there. But there's a consensus that we need to update our parking situation. That's clear. Now, what level that falls under, that's a discussion that be had, not in essence to workshop the same idea that we want to have a discussion on. That's all I'm saying.
I think the point is we're looking for staff to move it forward as soon as possible,
But
so
we
we
say
can.
this like every month.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to get. I
know
want
you're
I
trying-
want them to come with the options.
Mm-hmm.
And if we want to tweak those options during that discussion, then we will. But
Yeah, what was the history on this, that we brought that item forward?
Correct. We did the study. We brought back our recommendations. There was a conversation about some commissioners felt that was too low or too high or whatnot. And at the end of the discussion, the commission wanted this is taking too long. Let's workshop it. Since then, we haven't been able to get to a date for a workshop.
To me, when I hear workshop, it sometimes goes like ideas go to die, to be quite frank.
We're just following.
I
the request of the
understand.
commission.
I understand it, but this is something that, because it impacts like pretty much what we're here for in a large degree. This is dealing with millions of dollars. This is dealing with people's lives. This is going to impact our footprint for generations to a degree. And I just want us to get to a point. I want us to have the options that are available, and for us to then come to a decision on those options. Not that we have to discuss pie in the sky issues. I just want to, your job is to create those options for us. Those options.
Commissioner Joseph, do you think that if they brought the item back again the way they did it before?
No, not again the way they did before. We've had commissioners express that we want it to be at a certain level, right?
Uh-huh.
And they could have those discussions with those individual commissioners and give it as an option. Then we could as a commission decide
what the number.
Decide what it is and just move on.
Could we?
Sort of like a millage rate
please,
discussion. Just decide the number.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
Mayor, the project before us has given more than he was required.
Of course.
He's standing here to discuss his.
Right. We need to get him finished up. But
No, I like I said, I'm supportive of it. I'm just having a discussion that it's, like I said, we have residents.
Entail them.
It doesn't entail them. It doesn't
Do
entail
it
them.
as soon as they're-
Yes, we can have a discussion after. If you want to call the vote, I'll call the vote.
No, I never spoke. Well, I never spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Smucker, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, so my questions are based on the comments that you guys made here tonight. So you are or you're not using CRA?
We're not planning to use the CRA. Raphael is going to try to work to, get all the lending and financing in line to do the project as you've seen it and build without.
Okay, because if we use CRA, our police doesn't get money. You also made a comment about the 15 spaces for the commercial use. So how are you going to control that that space is only going to be for commercial and not for the residents? And I'll give you an example. You go to Lazul, you can't even go to the post office anymore because it's completely taken up by their residents. So what assurances do we have that the residents are not going to take the commercial space to whatever you have there, whether the bakery comes back or not?
Tow-away zone.
Well, but are they going to be patrolling that, or are they going to be?
Cow Bakery is not going to want to have no parking for their patrons. It's going to hurt their business.
We don't know if Cal will come back. Whatever business is there, how do we know? So I want to see I want to hear their answer.
Oh, you don't like mine?
No, I don't want yours. I want theirs.
Yeah, listen, Raphael spent a lot of time, and the architects are designing the space for Cow Bakery to come back and be operating there for years to come.
It's not the point.
But
if it's
if
Cal or
in the
not.
future somebody else uses that space as a commercial space, the layout of the ground floor is actually very well suited for this. That there is an entrance for the residents to go to the upper floors, and that's where they will park. And this ground level has its own little access it can be properly signed that this is only for the Cow Bakery or the commercial use in the building. So due to those separate entrances, as well as residents will be told this is where you need to park, and because they're going to have reserved spaces up on the upper floors, that's where they'll park.
But no matter who was in there, it would still be. It could be a clothing store. If it's designated only a clothing store, it doesn't matter if the residents park there. They have to catch them, or
It's up to the merchant. I mean, the merchant's going to be the one that's really going to be doing the enforcement.
Yeah, but a lot of
because-
merchants don't like to have cars towed because they're afraid of repercussions.
No, they have to set the policy.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that tenants don't like to call the towing companies because they're afraid of repercussions. I know this for a fact. So the point is, what are they gonna do about it? Because if you go to Lazul, you can't go to the I mean, if you wanna go to the post office at Lazul, you can't because it's all taken up by the residents. So I just wanna know the answer to it.
Well, but what's the resolve? They have to have a guard standing
Okay,
up there
I
and
just
saying
wanna-
how many.
I just
but
wanna-
there is no resolve to that question. What's the resolve? That's what I'm trying to.
I just wanna hear what they have to say, that's it.
Yeah, they'll,
All right, Matt. Yeah.
it's what I said. There'll be appropriate signage. It has its own separate area for ingress and egress for that commercial area. And the residents will be told, it'll probably be explained in their lease and as well as when they, meet people in person, that you go and use this residential entrance and go to the upper floors and here's the parking available to you.
All right, then the last thing, I think it's the last thing, that I want to ask, and this isn't so much so to this part, it's to the manager. We've never done anything about the impact fees to the library, for the library.
Yes, ma'am, we do have that contract active. The first part of the study was looking at our water rates, which is something that we have to do for the water department. And I believe the various impact fees have already started as well, correct, Ed?
Yeah, the consultant is beginning to work on them, but it does take some time to complete the study. So we will provide periodic updates to the manager's office as they become available from our consultants.
So how long is that going to take? Because we just lost an opportunity right now to have impact fees for the library.
The study is supposed to take at least another 6 months. We would note that we also would need to run through the legalities of whether or not this would be, grandfathered in. There are other additional steps that would need to be taken before you can actually have a fully fledged impact fee subject to state rules under 163, 3180, 31801, and other applicable aspects of state law for impact fees.
Okay, because you're offering 40,000 for the library and Parks and Recs for the together. Is that what it was?
It's a voluntary community benefit donation.
Right, no.
We are hearing
I'm not
from
forcing them. I'm
various.
asking him a question. Does it sound like I'm forcing him? No, I asked him a question. Kazan?
We have, listened over the many months and years that we've been coming here. What are the needs of the commission and the city? And we've decided not to specifically earmark it. It's up at your discretion to use the money, but as we've seen before, the public library always has a need, youth sports, and you can use it towards affordable housing initiatives to get to start to build a fund that helps in that regard. And it's up to you to figure out the best use, because we're just here to help out the city, and we're not here to dictate what
Okay,
should specifically go to.
To split $40,000 between several places, several locations, several parts of the city, and I Googled this word because I didn't want to use the word I really wanted to use. So the word I'm going to use is crummy, because I can't say the word that I really wanted to use. So $40,000 for everything, is just crummy. And lastly, and I'm just going to give my opinion on this, I think it's pretty crummy of also the city to have even allowed in the first place that the entrance be on 163rd Street. It should have been in the alleyway in the back, like they had originally done for where the when they were going to build at the hotel on 19th Avenue, 163rd. Previously to that, it was supposed to be an apartment building and a hotel or something like that, and they did the entrance and exit in the alleyway. I think doing it on 163rd is going to cause accidents, even though I saw what it's like, and it's going to be. I personally don't try to. When I go to Cal, I go in through the alleyway through the back way, just to avoid not having my car hit or rear-ended, or even going in and the other person going out. I think it's wrong for the city to have accepted any project ever to allow the entrance and the exit on 163rd. They had an opportunity to do it on the avenue. They had an opportunity to do it in the back. We should never have allowed it on 163rd. And I don't blame the developers. I actually blame the city for accepting it.
Mr. Ng, is there something you want to clarify or?
Yeah, so that we have a record that reflected. If I could direct, if the commissioners have their packet, if I could direct them to page A101, this is the circulation plan that's provided. You'll see that the purple arrows provide for where the entrance and exits are. That needs to clarify for the record.
Can you bring that up on
And
the
that's
screen
on
at all?
163rd. It's on 163rd?
There is a entrance on 163rd, but there are two entrances on the alleyway behind.
Okay, well, that's not what I was told when I spoke yesterday.
Can you put it on the screen?
When I spoke today, when did
yeah,
I speak to?
Probably is in our presentation.
Yesterday.
If you call up the applicant's
Sunday.
presentation, we might have it in the backup.
Well, I spoke to Mitch and Raphael on Sunday, and that's not what I was told. It was only on 163rd.
The project has not changed since even before the July meeting. So it's always had one entrance, which you can see here. This doesn't have the same arrows, but I don't want to waste more time.
Which it shouldn't even have it on 163rd, period.
So
But that's not what I was told.
So there's an entrance at the bottom, which is on 163rd. There's two-way going through the building all the way to the alley. And then, in fact, what we were just talking about, as you go in and go left, which is also two-way, you can get out the left side, both in and out to the alley. So at the top, on the left, there's an in and out before the blue box there, all the way at the left corner. Then in the middle of the building, also on the alley, is a two-way, both in and out. And those are the two that Mr. Ng was mentioning. Those are the two ingress, egress along the alley. And we have a third entrance, which because of the median on 163rd is just right in and right out. So that's limited. Again, we are not closing the alley. It's remaining. So to your point, there are people who already go around to use the alley. That will still be allowed. And you'll have, in fact, the first entrance that you get to at the upper left, if you're coming, east on that alley, is the entrance to get directly to that reserved parking for the commercial use. That's the Cal Bakery parking.
So to staff, do you think that in the future, maybe you don't allow it on 163rd? The traffic is, people speed there. And I just don't want to see any tie-ups when people are trying to get in or leave, because now it's residential, so it's more than a restaurant.
That will look into it further, Commissioner, but we have to know for the record that based on how the code is written, you have certain requirements for ingress and egresses off a primary road written into your code. So as far as not having it, you may actually need to change your code or grant a variance to say you don't need this in order for the applicant to be compliant. Staff can definitely review this further, but we need to be upfront with this, like right off the bat, that we're trying to, we are reviewing it based on the regulation of the code, and that primary access is generally a part of the code in your mixed-use districts.
All right, well, in the future, I'm not going to approve any projects that are high rises, or residential, sorry, that entrance or exit 163rd. Just letting you know now, and I'm letting anybody that's intending.
Mr. Joseph.
Sorry, I let it go. I just had one quick.
Yeah, go do it.
To Mr. Ng, I have a question. To all the projects, and I think another colleague brought this up, are you going to be able to give us that list of all the projects that are pending
we will provide you with the pipeline of project I have already submitted or undergoing the process through the city manager's office. I expect to have that updated for this Friday.
And the last question, like post-pandemic, there was a lot of developments that had like an extra time because of the pandemic or whatever.
Yes, sir.
When is that list going to be inclusive of that too? Of some of those projects that they're like I know we passed a lot of things that during the pandemic that had that extra time. And I don't know if that time is going to expire anytime soon. I would like to know when those bundles of rights, like if you can put on each project, when those rights are going to expire.
We can provide that list. It will be a separate list because we generally don't commingle a list of pending projects versus approved projects.
Yeah,
so your review will get.
I want to know the improved projects and their timeline of losing their rights.
Yes, we
because
will provide.
depending on what we do on the parking and what have you, if they see something coming down the pike, they could
Right. We will provide an updated list to the commission through the city manager's office.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, could I get back to what Commissioner Smuckler said? I voted no, but there was a vote on a project that you turned right off of 163rd Street and then you turned right into the building. That backed up 163rd Street. That backed it up because when you turned right, you went very few feet and then you turned into the building. In this case, when you go into any of the shopping centers, when you go into any one where your shoe store is, you have to turn right off of 163rd Street. That's how you get in there. You can't get in any other way. So please, when you're reconsidering, if anything else comes before us, that you're going to vote no. That's the way you do it.
Well,
now,
residential is 24/7, commercial is not.
I just also want to say that what you explained to me and what I heard was what you reiterated here tonight, because I want to make it clear that I listened to what you said tonight as well as what you had said. But I do have one question. During the demolition, how are you going to protect the traffic on 163rd? How are you going to protect during the demolition the stores that are abutting the property on the west side? That and the fact that you brought before us that you spoke to the church makes me very confident and comfortable that she knew this kind of project. You are 100% correct. You build it and they'll come, because right behind you is from 19th Avenue to 20th Avenue, I believe, a project coming before us. I don't know how many stories that project's going to be, but I guarantee you it won't be I don't know. We haven't seen anything about it.
Well, that's still in the review process. So it happened, Commissioner, there's, it's subject to change.
Yeah, subject to change. But I just feel like, again, I want to say one thing that I've said over and over again. When people don't want these buildings that are much higher and then they have seen prior to in our city, they're going to always be on a main road, West Dixie Highway, Biscayne Boulevard, 163rd Street. But you have to understand the cost of the ground, the cost of the block, the cost of the workers, the cost of the advertising, everything that goes into it. They can't do it in a 4-story building. So then you won't have any construction. And then how do you pay for the cost of chlorine going up, the cost of the insurance going up, the cost, et cetera? It's the same speech I've given over and over. We have to have development, but I would really like to make sure that the demolition doesn't disturb the businesses around it.
No, absolutely it won't. And these are just one-story buildings. The demolition will be very quick, a few days.
Okay.
So they'll put up appropriate screening, and be watering as required, the building department and just, the appropriate best business practices of a construction site and demolition are well enforced. These are seasoned, developers. They're going to do it the right way and make sure that the neighbors are protected.
And I, too, am very pleased that you're going to consider our locals that definitely need. I get phone calls daily about people that need work. I do.
Commissioner John?
Real quick, and to Commissioner Smuggler's point, when do you guys bring a project before us and the city staff doesn't say, oh, what, wait, this might be a backup because the traffic study shows that there isn't going to be a conflict, but then it's the staff's responsibility to say, hey, let's make this suggestion so that potentially we can we could not have those backups in that conversation. So the onus is also on staff to have foresight when these projects come before us to see that this, because you guys are looking for the best interest of the city. The developer is coming to build to enhance the city, but you guys should be looking at those elements to see how can they make those concessions so that we don't have those backups.
Yes, and Commissioner brings up a good point. It's why earlier in my presentation, I noted that they could have decided to provide an entrance onto the avenue that runs north-south instead of 163rd. If the Commission remembered, I specifically made a point regarding the fact that situating such an entrance there, while it could have been designed that way, would have resulted in other issues, and that actually creates a poor design. So these are items that the Commission's right in saying that staff does review, because in saying this, working with the applicants behind the scene, it has resulted in different building designs that try to minimize some of these effects a little bit more while staying true to what the Commission has prescribed within the code. That's also why some of these variances also occur, because some of it is because we really push for a little better design, but that means that the commissioners need to determine for staff whether or not those variances are appropriate after they've been brought forward.
All right.
Yes. Oh, well, okay. I'm going to say something first, but go ahead.
All right. Well, Mr. Amster, thank you so much for your demeanor, your team's demeanor. Everyone has been pretty calm and forthcoming with information and very cooperative. I think the term now is very demure, right? So thank you so much for that. And I'm going to call the question. That was actually my intention, to call the question so that we can vote on this item.
All right. Well, anyway, so
He didn't speak.
yeah, I'll just say one or two things if I'm allowed.
Oh, so do I have to pull my question back?
Well, you didn't say it yet, did you? You threatened to call it, but you didn't call it.
All righty. Okay.
All right. Anyway, no, I think that these kind of projects and these kind of developments is exactly what we need. This is what was envisioned by the visionaries at the time. Our code was set up to make it happen that way, and now we're just bringing to fruition what we're supposed to do. We need to change the face of the city. We need to change the look of driving down 163rd Street and other areas as well. If we don't do this is the only way we're going to be able to do it, or at least one of the few ways we can do it. So to me, this is a project that's in the right direction of what we need to do, in the city. It's done responsibly, and it's been flushed out really well. So with that being said, who's calling the question?
I will.
I'll call the question.
I'll second calling the question.
Okay. All right. So we're going to need a roll call.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
100% yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you all very much.
Congratulations, guys.
Good luck, guys. Now build it.
Where are you going? Are we talking about the parking now?
Wait. Wait. Okay. Are we going to move on to the next item?
He wanted to, I told him, wait till after we.
Okay.
But
All right.
before you go there, I'd like to make a comment. The manager made a comment that staff does not give a recommendation unless we tell them to. When I was on the council before, the staff always gave a recommendation of what they thought of the project, and based on our codes and everything. So I would like to see that again if my colleagues agree with me.
Yeah, but staff.
Commissioners, at your request, the terms of good project, bad project seem to be, with regards to subjective to the person. Staff is only giving a recommendation as to the project meeting our code and the requirements, and that is all that staff will do. Whether a project is good or bad for the community is a policy discussion that the commission makes, not staff.
Right, but then the staff could say, based on all the recommendations, they agree that it's in compliance and the staff recommends.
That's what we do, sir.
No, you say either or.
We say whether the project is in compliance or if it need variances, and we state that for the record.
But then you say two things. You say pro this, negative this. Just
All
give
of
me-
that
give
is.
me one. Give me one, pro or con. You want it or you don't want it.
No,
I concur.
He's the, in my shoes, he's the professional that knows about building, that knows about zoning, that should give me his opinion.
The staff report will list everything of the project that meets or does not meet the code, and if it needs a variance, and that is reported to the commission. Staff will not tell you whether the project is a good project because it looks nice, because they think we're too high or too low, or anything like that. That is a policy discussion that is had by the commission, not by staff.
It's a policy discussion, but just like with the traffic entry, he mentioned, oh, if you heard the presentation, you heard that I said that they could have done X, Y, and Z. It's too late now for us to make any counters to that because the development has already been brought forth before us. But this is something that they should have fought against or said, hey, what can be done, or based on the holistic approach of what's best for the city. So I think that's saying whether it's a good or bad is objective to the fact that, you see what I'm trying to say? And I
Yes,
agree
yes,
with
Commissioner. To
Commissioner
your point,
Chernoff.
staff works with all the developers to ensure and improve upon their application. Oftentimes, there are suggestions that staff makes that requires the applicant to completely change their design so that it conforms to the city code of what can work and what would work better in the area.
What happens when the developer doesn't do what the staff asks them to do? Then we don't hear that. We don't hear that he made the recommendation to do something else and they didn't take it.
Ed, can you clarify? Because from my understanding, that's part of what the staff recommendation report is within the packet.
Yeah, if there's something that staff feels very, very strongly that is something that we have compelling reason where we have made a recommendation to the applicant, but they have not complied to the code, for example, that would be in the report. During the planning and zoning board meeting, staff presentations very similar to yours have at times indicated, well, have we thought about this, right? And that has come up in planning and zoning board as well. So it's staff is put in a very precarious situation when it comes to these items when we have to opine, because while we can provide you with a basis for our professional judgment, our primary duty to you is to present the fact and let you adjudicate on the basis of the fact for the public record purposes. This is the way that we proceeded so far because of potential litigation. And that's one primary thing that we had discussed with the prior to the attorney as well.
But we used to get minutes from the, remember when we used to get minutes from the planning and zoning meetings? Now we don't get where they spelled out what questions were asked, what the answers were. We don't get that anymore.
We will, we can provide that as well as the video to the meetings as well.
I mean, we have 2 full books on this, and those minutes would be about 4 pages or 3 pages. And the questions, I called one of the people from planning and zoning about another matter today because I need clarification. But to Commissioner's point, I too, in my chair, would like the management to give the management's opinion, because the thing is that means a lot when you're sitting there and you're questioning yourself, and then you hear that based on you getting the information, you weigh the negative with the positive, and here's what your answer is.
That information is provided in the staff report.
I mean, would it be fair to say that if you believe there was an issue, you would not be bringing it forward? Meaning, would you be bringing it forward and saying,
as
well,
stated,
there's issues
Mayor,
here?
As stated, if there was an issue with the item, it would be not only verbally stated, but also in the staff report.
Right. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, so we can close this conversation now because I see we have another item, quasi judicial. There's a TRAD process. So that TRAD process is a lot of comments, a lot of things that need to be fixed before they even bring it to P&Z. So if they're comfortable bringing it before P&Z, it's because people have dotted their I's and crossed their T's for the most part. There may be some concerns, but legally it's sufficient to bring before the board. I understand the whole thing about the recommendation. I think that's something we can revisit. But with the time that we have, with all the items that we have to talk about, I think we should just move.
I have no issues going to the next item, but after that, can we have a quick discussion regarding the parking? Just having direction moving forward. That's all. Thank you.
We'll do that, but we like for no more than 5 minutes. But okay. But let's move forward.
Second.
2024-91, La Granja.
Okay. A second.
La Granja.
Okay.
Gringo.
Mr. Attorney, read it.
A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying the site plan application with conditions for the expansion of the original footprint of the restaurant located at 105 Northeast 167th Street, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. The Jennings disclosure.
Yep. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk Jennings.
Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communications together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. Commissioner Chernoff.
I don't believe I spoke with anybody about this, and I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Joseph.
I don't think I've spoken to anybody about this, to the best of my knowledge, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Smith.
I didn't speak to anybody. I spoke to no one. I can make my decision based on what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Smuggler.
I don't recall speaking to anyone about it, and maybe I spoke to the manager about it, but I'm not sure that I did, and I can make a decision based on the evidence I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Florimon.
I spoke to the owner right before the beginning of this meeting, and I can make my decision based on the information that I received tonight.
Mr. Piper, Mayor Piper.
I have spoken to nobody on this, and I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right. And we just need to make sure any speakers are going to be sworn in, if they're not already sworn in, that are going to be speaking on this.
If you plan on providing testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? And your response is?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Ring.
And thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Staff respectfully request that Mr. Katezi, did I pronounce your last name right? Sorry, my apologies. Provide for the initial presentation from the applicant, and staff will follow after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I'm Fernando Galesi. I'm the owner of Food Group Investments LLC, the company that owns La Granja Restaurant located in 105 Northeast 167th Street. Finally, I'm here presenting the La Granja Attached Addition. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. Well, I'm in the restaurant business for more than 20 years. I started working for the Restaurant Corporation, and I worked for different locations. I started working as a busboy, then as a cashier. After a while, a cooker. I know how to prepare all the different platters for La Granja. I know how to perfectly to cook the chicken. And after that, I became the manager for the restaurant in Weston. Then I became a manager for another restaurant and another restaurant for La Granja. And at the end, I managed more than 10 restaurants. And I became the operation manager for the corporate office. In 2011, I have the opportunity to open my own restaurant located in 163rd Street and 19th Avenue, La Granja, here very close. And we've been serving the community of North Miami Beach for more than 13 years in that location. And thanks for the good acceptance and the response from the people, from the community of North Miami Beach, we decided to open the second location in 105 Northeast 167th Street. This second location is the one that we want to beautify, and also we want to increase the dining area, adding 589 square feet. Before La Granja, in that place were different types of restaurants. First, I then remember it was Baskin Robbins, then it was an Snappers, but all of them get out of business. And that restaurant, La Granja, since we opened, we have 11 years in business. Okay, well, this restaurant is located in the International Boulevard, MUIB. The building size is 1,216 square feet, and the lot area is 10,606 square feet. The current use is a fast food restaurant, and we're going to still with the same use, a fast food restaurant. Well, the restaurant, as I told you, is located in the corner between First Avenue and 167th Street. And the main thing we want to do, we want to beautify the property. You know, this restaurant right now looks very old, and we want to upgrade the look so we can conform with the new restaurants, with the new look, with the new upgraded look of the restaurants around the area. We are going to upgrade the facade. We are going to install new awnings. We also going to install new windows, impact windows and doors, and also we're going to change the roof. We're going to make a new completely roof design. The main thing we want is that the families from North Miami Beach to come and enjoy good food and a reasonable price in a pleasant environment. Well, as I tell you, we're adding 589 square feet. This is a minor alteration. We're only adding this square feet to the dining area. Also, as MUIB code, we are adding, we're expanding the sidewalk to 6 feet, and also we are bringing the facade, the front of the building, closer to 167th Street. That's where we're going to be built the addition. Also, we are adding bike racks, so this can attract more of the pedestrian traffic from the area.
You should aim here because that's the computer.
No, it's good. It's good.
Point here that
it's
it's showing there. Okay, but we want to make sure it's working.
Oh, it's working. It's working. Yeah. Well, the landscape will remain because this is not a new development with only adding 589 square feet to the dining area. all of is going to remain as is, and but we're going to put planters on the front of the building so we can attract some of the pedestrian traffic to the area. Also, with all this improvement that we're going to make in the restaurant, we also are going to bring more jobs opportunities for the community of North Miami Beach. And also, we are going to, for finish, we're going to stripe and to paving the whole parking lot. We already have all of the approval from Miami-Dade County, and also we have some approval from the building department here in North Miami Beach. Well, right now this is the restaurant. You know, it looks very old, but this is going to look after we make all the changes. Huh? What?
No, that looks like amateur-esque, man.
It's completely, yeah, it's completely different, no?
Yes, that's NMB.
Yes.
Yes.
The new north.
So thank you. We are finished. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we should get for us.
I'd like the moment of suspense with the orange slide before
Are we,
start the new one.
can we move to public comment? Can we move to public comment?
I think Mr. Ng wanted to finish.
If the commission wants to move to public comment and bypass that presentation, I'm okay with that.
We want to buy.
Do you need anything for the record to state
I
on the
do
record?
need to actually make mine a point for the record.
To protect the record, yes. Let him make a brief presentation and what staff finds it to be in compliance so that we have substantial, competent evidence that you can vote on.
Mr. Ng is, he's interested in doing it.
Make up your mind. All right. I will keep this brief and to the point for the commission's sake because it's almost 11.
You have 3 minutes.
All right, let's see how I do that. Good evening, Commissioners. Regarding the La Granja expansion, it's located at 105 Northeast 167th Street. The folio number is 0721130071510. What you have before you this evening is a property that is currently 10,600 square feet or a quarter acres inside with a La Granja built on it that's a little under 1,300 square feet, and they are asking for an expansion of just under 600 square feet to their operation. But the area is in the mixed-use International Boulevard district. There are certain changes that Fernando had already indicated. These include the addition to the, in terms of the landscaping, that was actually done through discussion between him and addressing even comments from FPL, for example, so that there are certain requirements that need to be met. You heard about the restriping and so forth. These are all mandated within your code because he is adding a significant amount of square footage. It is deemed a major expansion, which is why it's there for you this evening. The parking and other aspects of La Granja do meet the requirement provided in your code. There are total provided 12 spaces when you need 4.5. including an ADA compliant space. We had gone forward and discussed at length with Fernando on the location of ADA spaces and the appropriate striping as well, because given the configuration of the lot and the approvals required for ingress and egress for access management from DOT, there are certain design changes that he had to make over several months while he went through the TRAD process. As with all other sites, we have reviewed on the basis of our standard code site plan review criteria, ranging from natural environment down to landscaping and lighting. We have specific condition to this, particularly regarding the roadway. These are stipulations including those provided from FDOT, given how his drive-through will exit onto the adjoining roadway and are incorporated as part of the approvals this evening. There are other aspects before he had to submit for a final site plan, the building permit, including making sure the sheets have certain things like site triangle and so forth. Before you this evening, it's the option to move for approval or to move for denial, and that is 3 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Ring, just one quick thing before. So the applicant mentioned that he already had building department approval, Durham approval, no, isn't that supposed to happen? Like, isn't this supposed to happen first? And
Yes.
that's supposed to happen? Like, what happened?
What happened with that, because he actually came to the city asking for a modification to an existing site plan. However, because he was well above the threshold for what the department can grant as a matter of administrative approval, we had no choice but to deem it a major site plan approval and run him through the entire planning and zoning board and city commission process. So when he applied for the building permit to increase the square footage, it got held with planning and zoning because we did not have the authority to approve based on what we have.
Basically, the plans went through everywhere, including Durham.
Yes, sir.
And then but then when it came to planning and zoning, which I guess was towards the end, then you said no go.
Because we did not have the authority to approve.
Can I explain?
Yeah.
Yes, I can explain that. Before, I asked for a courtesy review in the city of North Miami Beach, so they revised the plan, everything was good, and then I present the plans in the city of North Miami Beach. I take the plans to Durham. Also, Durham approved the plans. I take back the plans to city of North Miami Beach. They start approving the different departments for the building, and planning and zoning stop the process when we are in the process.
Yeah, that's what he told me,
Yeah, she stopped the process because, it was not completely. So we start again with everything. We passed the TRAD, and right now we are here.
Okay, makes sense. I just knew something was wrong, but I needed to ask that question. Okay, great. All right, so public comment, Madam Clerk.
To speak on this item, please step forward.
Okay, let the record reflect that someone's adjusting his camera or coming forward. Coming forward, okay.
Show any pictures. Good evening once again, Mubarak Azan. Almost all of you, I did not hear Ms. Jean, if she did a Jennings order or whatever you call it. I don't know if that was a quiet secret something. Everybody needs to know who spoke to who. I think 5 of you said that you did not speak to anyone, and Commissioner Foreman said he did speak to the owner. I mean, important things like this you should really be interested in, to speak to the people beforehand as well. You didn't. I think it's a good project. It also has a drive-through which accommodates me. I don't have to get out my vehicle. And but what I want you to know, there's an award, and I'm talking about parking. an award, I think it's the Emmy Award, the daytime opera, but we should have one in the nighttime opera because your performance is so believable that when you kind of like, oh man, what about this parking? We need to get urgently to this parking. And most of you were here when we had a workshop on April the 12th, 2023. Some of you care not to come, but most went, and then you could go on the video and you could look at it. There was parking. There was no codification of the parking. So to say, let's see what is the list of the projects that we have to look at. What list? These projects, most of them that the gentleman behind my back, the lawyer, is going to fail because you're dependent on these projects to bring in more revenue. But when you see half-empty buildings and three-quarter empty buildings because they have inadequate park, this is adequate parking with what the gentleman brought forward here tonight, the La Granja. But the project before, you don't have it. And then you like, since 2015, when Highland Village, Highland Apartments came, it was the same scenarios like you reading from the script of how to, like, oh man, you repeat the same lines. Some of you are not here, but if you were interested in the city, you should be looking at the tapes back then and then check your performance again tonight. I do not expect anything is going to happen with the parking because it looks like it's a done deal for many of these projects coming ahead. I remember Mr. Amster, he said, and that was April the 12th, 2023. I have projects here that is like 2 years in the making, and you can't change these things. Now he's got, like 40 projects now in the making. You're gonna expect, you guys win the nighttime award for acting, but you did not fool me in your acting. Get your act together. I'm going to be voting November the 6th, and I'm 5th.
Yeah, the 6th is too late.
Yeah. but I know.
Maybe we shouldn't have corrected him.
I know at least one of you not coming back. At least one. I'm going to get rid of at least one of you. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. And by the way, Commissioner John is allowed to do that form for the disclosure up front. So.
Let the public hear. Don't hide it.
Right.
Let her read out the names.
Okay. Anybody else want to come forward and speak? All right, let the record reflect no one else came forward. Yep, go.
Congratulations, it's a beautiful building. You're improving it significantly, we appreciate that. You gave us plans, though, that I can't read my parking.
Wow, that is not, I think, the copy.
That's, I don't know, we gave a whole set of plans.
Yeah.
Everything else was beautiful,
Yeah.
but the parking page has no detail or anything in it.
Wow, it's weird.
So I don't know if it's just mine or.
He showed it up. He showed it up there. You want to see it
Yeah,
again?
I saw it up there.
Okay.
You're doing a great job with the parking. It looks like you're giving more spaces than you had before.
We have.
And for those of you who don't know, both of your restaurants are very successful.
Thank you.
And that's a problem that we hope that all of our restaurants have. And so whatever we can do for you, we're going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please use the word joy instead of problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you so much for bringing this project before us. You are the American dream.
Thank you.
You are the American dream. When we hear your story, and I recall the one on 19th Avenue before you came in 2011, there was a donut shop there. There was a barbecue spot there.
Right.
There were several different businesses that couldn't stay past even, I think, a year. And then La Granja came. And all of a sudden, the skies opened up, and everybody started, coming to your establishment, and it's still there. And then you opened up the second location, and the drive-through is always busy. I'm a patron, so I support your business. Not every day, but from time to time.
Thank you.
I support your business, but like I said, you are the American dream. I think these types of projects are projects that I take pleasure in supporting because you're giving jobs to people in our community. I see your employees every day walking in our neighborhoods.
Right.
Okay, whether they're on a scooter, whether they're on a bicycle, whether they're in a car, they're in our neighborhoods, they live in our neighborhoods, and they are North Miami Beach residents.
Right.
So thank you so much, and I'm happy to support this item.
Thank you very much for your words.
I want to say the before and after is our poster for what we want North Miami Beach to be. That's the goal, is to upgrade and take our, city that sat kind of dormant for so many years and became more of a vision of old buildings and buildings in need of repair.
Right.
That's why I'm so proud to be supportive of this. I didn't need to meet with anybody before because what you're doing is not only an upgrade, but it's what the goal I have for North Miami Beach. And the fact that I hear the story and how you went to work, it just is the icing on the cake. It's a pleasure to support it.
Thank you.
I just want to say that they used to say La Granja. I taught them how to say La Granja.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never said La Granja.
Okay.
Always La Granja.
All right. Anyone else? or-
But le deseo mucha buena suerte, lo merece. Está muy bonito, de verdad.
Muchas
I
gracias.
said that I wish him good luck. He deserves it.
Okay, that I didn't understand, so thank you.
Buena suerte. Okay.
To Commissioner, to both commissioners' points, and to you are the American dream. Your story spoke to a lot of us. It's a beautiful story, and much success to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And yes, that's exactly what we need to do in our city, as well as what I spoke about before. But this is the other way. This is what we got to do. We got to do the facelift, and you're contributing to that. So thank you.
Thank you very
Move
much.
to
Mayor.
approve ordinance resolution. Which one?
Second. Okay.
Or resolution number R 2002-24-91.
Okay. We need a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
With pleasure, yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes, sí.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes, the best lomo saltado in North Miami Beach. Oh, no, that's not the fish.
Mayor Piper?
I think everyone's hungry now. Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Lomas Saltado.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Before I take leave and have my esteemed co-counsel take over, I wanted to put in the record one clarification about the city of Miami having a whole bunch of establishments that are open 24/7. I put the question to my partner, Lou Terminello, who is about as much of an expert on that as anyone can be. And I said, is it true that in Miami there are some adult establishments that are licensed to operate 24 hours a day and sell liquor? He said, yes. In special districts, of which there is one, Park West, and one establishment there, which is,
That's what we tried to do.
I shouldn't say it on the record, but anyhow, he answered Club 11.
Place that nobody would want to go, we put it.
So it obviously depends on the zoning for a particular district, but it's not all over the city of Miami. And then one other thing, if I may, is just
Then we'll do the two that are pulled. Okay.
just as a personal prerogative, we prayed for all kinds of things, but we forgot to pray and Thanksgiving for Mr. Ng, who had a heart operation last week, I believe.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And here he was until the final item. Yeah, until the final item on the quasi judicial.
Isn't there, I thought there was, oh, no, it's not.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Well, we should definitely thank him for his commitment and showing up this, so soon. Yeah, so, yeah.
When did he have it?
I'm shocked.
A couple weeks ago.
I think he just came back to work on Monday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's keep personal information off the public record.
All right. In regards to parking,
I think he's still waiting. You're done now. Your congratulations.
Did I see that?
Oh, yeah,
Congratulations.
congratulations.
You're good.
Congratulations.
It passed 7-0.
Please come before us for a third one. We're looking forward for you to come for a third one.
Manager, to the parking issue. So, and I will follow up with my other commissioners, or just ask them to opine on this one particular request. Is there a way? I'm making a request that that staff present us like different options for updating our parking, and within the next 30 to 60 days, depending on when that next or maybe the following commission meeting, and then leading up to that, speak to other commissioners. Maybe they want to add an option to that list or what have you that they might feel comfortable with or what have you. But us having a vote on it like as soon as possible. And I don't know if my other commissioners want to speak to that request being made, but that's a request I would like to, or at least give some direction to our manager and really presenting those options for us, as opposed to us having a workshop. He'll say these are our options. We can play with them at that point, but we would have to make a decision moving forward because I can't see us doing this over and over again.
No problem.
Makes sense. Okay.
So are we saying one-on-ones with each person?
It can be one-on-ones, but like for me, I would rather wait for staff to give me the options, and then I can make a decision based on that. The sooner they can give us the options, that gives me enough time to make a decision. If I want to do a one-on-one, that's up to me. But I don't need that particularly.
I got you.
That's what I'm saying. But certain commissioners might say, no, I want it to be a lot more nuanced. I want this, or what have you, depending on what type of development it is. So.
I would like to just add, if I could, Mr. Mayor, that we're given the list of what is in there that would be grandfathered in. At the same time,
I agree.
I want to know how many, because it won't be a substantial difference when we vote if there's 20 projects ahead of us that are grandfathered in. So, I mean, we still would have to change it. I definitely agree that it has to be changed, but I would like that list.
Okay. All right. So I think from our switched around agenda here, next is going to be 15.3, which we're going to be putting right after quasi.
So did we agree on 15.3?
Yeah,
Yes, in the beginning.
We moved it up.
Okay. I just want to bring, if I may, okay, but I just want to bring attention to this item, Resolution 2024-92 from Aetna, because we do have, it's one thing if we have our staff, but it's another thing if we have other people in the audience
So you want to have
that have been waiting for quite some time.
You want to go on?
What item number is that?
It's item number 11.3.
11.3. Okay. So we want to do 11.3 first, and we'll come back to the 15.3?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we need a motion and second to
So
introduce
moved.
11.3.
Resolution number R 2024-92, purchase of health insurance
All right,
coverage.
the attorney's
from
supposed to
Aetna
read. The attorney reads the title. What?
Resolution number R 2024-92, purchase of health insurance coverage from Aetna Inc. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the selection of Aetna Inc. as the provider for health insurance coverage and authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement for health insurance coverage.
Okay.
Mayor, thank you. Babette Friedman, our HR director, has been leading the charge with our brokers, and she'll be able to give a update in a very quick presentation, as we only got less than 45 minutes.
Gotcha. Good
And we
evening.
still have a lot to do.
Of course. Good evening, everyone. Babette Friedman, HR Director. As the manager said, I've worked with our broker, Corporate Synergies, to look over various options regarding our health insurance renewal, including going self-insured versus fully insured. After sending out the proposals to the market, we sent it out to Aetna, Cigna, AdMed, United Health, Florida League of Cities, and Florida Blue. And based off of what we received back, we received two competitive bids, one from Aetna and one from Cigna. Our current carrier, Aetna, is 8.8% above our current, which equals about $575,000. It includes a $70,000 wellness fund included. The major change to this plan is the increased benefit for our mail order, which right now people can only get mail order through CVS by mail. Now they'll be able to go to their local extended network to go ahead and get their medication for 90 days. And so we looked at the self-insured. At this point, we don't think it's feasible. We'll review it again this coming year and work towards getting to that goal. Just right now, we didn't think that it would be feasible for us.
Did you say that, I'm sorry, did you say that the cost increased 575,000, or that's the total?
That's the increased amount, yes.
The increase of 575, okay. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. The recommendation is to stay with the current carrier for our 24-25 year. That will include our medical, dental, and vision. We'll work very closely with the carrier to try to decrease our claims and work with staff to make sure that they're going to get their physicals, they're going to the doctors, and that we target those high claims. And we'll work towards having different incentives as far as, you know, incentivizing people. You get people to go to the doctor by giving them something in return. And that's what we're working towards for 24-25. Any questions?
I think I'm good. Good, all right. All right, so we okay,
like to
wait,
make-
we gotta do public comment before we
Oh.
start having commission discussion. So, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Good evening. If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
I wouldn't take too long. Mubarak Azan, 30 seconds. What we need to be doing, as I said earlier, is to investigate these CEOs for these insurance companies. You know, there's like a competition of them outdoing each other, raising up their take-home pay, their whatever compensation packages, and we're the ones who have to be suffering. But why is it happening like this? I mean, we need better competition and to stop sucking up on these big fat cat CEOs. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, let the record reflect no one came forward, and public comment is closed. All right, who want to speak?
Just one quick comment. Years ago, when I was on the commission, we voted no longer to use a broker to research the cost because it was, at that time, a $50,000 expense. I don't know if we want to bring that up. There was a broker that did this, or at least it says as broker of record for the next time.
Okay. Is there an additional cost using a broker?
There is a charge.
What was it in this case?
I'm sorry? I'll have to check the contract. I can get that information and get it to you.
What's the advantage of using a broker that's worth the cost?
They have the relationships with the carriers and able to negotiate a better deal.
So in other words, theoretically, you believe that we're actually getting a better deal even with paying the broker than if you went yourself direct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, yes.
Could you just let me know how much the broker is, please?
I'll find out and get that information to you.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for doing the process and coming up with the same vendor, because that's a wonderful thing for our employees, not to have to switch all their medicines, not to have to do. It's a much easier transition. So I want to thank you, and I do thank Aetna for doing the 90-day local, because that's significant. And just my personal experience, mail away when you need something, no matter how fast they try to get it to you, they can't. And it's much easier to drive down the street and have a pharmacist that will dispense it right then and there. So it's a win-win for all of our employees and us. So thank you, and look forward to another good year with them.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank you and the Aetna team for looking into the self-insured aspect. And I know that, it's all based on historical claims and things of that sort. So while it's a conversation that we can't entertain for this fiscal year, I'm trusting that we'll continue to look into it for the next fiscal year or even after that, and see how we can save the city some money. So thank you so much. Looking forward to approving this item.
I also want to thank you for staying with Aetna, and thank you for working with us to stay, because I understand you change, it makes your rates go up. It's not good. And also, thank you for looking into the League of Cities, because at least we could say we looked into it and it wasn't suitable for our city. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, thank you again. Great job. Yeah, I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Resolution number R 2024-92.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I think we're back to 15.3. Okay. Okay. Huh? Well, I don't know. We have to keep moving if we're going to do, yeah. Okay. So 15.3, communication consulting services discussion and possible action. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this year, we had, or actually late last year, we had a change within the department, and we had a temporary contract vendor based on a pool that we had that helped operate and maintain the day-to-day of what the communications level was for the city. Upon reaching my spending authority, we brought to the commission an opportunity to continue working. The commission requested that we do a formal bid. We put a RFP out. I revised the scope as well to be inclusive of all the type of communications that a city typically has, and what the commission has over time indicated service levels that they wish to receive, as well as making sure that we had a comprehensive list of positions that are typically carried within departments, communications departments, whether they're in-house or external. With that, two levels of service were provided. The recommendation is, if we go with the RFP, is to do the enhanced level, as we are quickly approaching a 2026 centennial celebration of the city. The lowest bid for that was the brand advocates at $27,000 a month, followed by, if you give me 1 second, I will bring it up. Followed by the public communications group at $28,500, then by conceptual communications at $30,000, then by Sunshine Communications at $31,750, and then finally by Barrington Management at $40,000. Asking for direction on how the commission wishes to proceed.
Okay. Any comments on this item?
I'll start. So I wanted to make sure that we had this conversation tonight, because when the COSW did the back to school, we had to pay additional to have someone come in and take video of our event. And when Multicultural has its Dale NMB concert, if we don't approve something tonight, and I'm not even sure if it'll be effective September 13th, we're going to have to once again pay extra. So, all this money that we're saving, we're actually not, because now we had to get somebody for back to school. We had to get somebody for back to school, and we're going to have to get somebody for Dale NMB. So we really need to do something already and stop wasting money on because we don't have somebody to do it.
Right. So Mr. Manager, are we piecemealing out some of these services that we're deficient on right now?
On things that the city can't do, yes, sir.
And do you know what kind of expense we're incurring doing that type of thing?
It's going to depend on the various events that we have, any type of videography or anything that we would need. And for example, police video, recruitment, something else that we'll end up piecemealing throughout the process and stuff like that, unless we have a more dedicated. Right now, we only have one person in the department, and we're not going to get to the level of service that the commission's requesting with one person. Typically, especially for a city our size, you're looking at departments anywhere between 5 to 7, or even up to 10 people. So the hybrid approach, which is what's been recommended, allows us to maintain a minimal footprint in-house that can manage and deal with day-to-day while outsourcing, having the dedicated rest of the staff as needed. The other option would be to start looking for lower entry-level type of positions and seeing if that would work out, or having a revolving door in the department as we try to find someone that can do that and make up with the manpower that we don't have right now.
These contracts that you just spoke about, are they month-to-month contracts or annual contracts?
Project-based.
Huh?
Project-based.
And I just want to give you an example. We had to pay for back to school. We had to pay for the videographer to come, and it came out of out of COSW back to school budget, where we could have been giving pencils or paper or notebooks or something away
Right.
instead.
I got it, but my
have
point
to
was, you
confirm
mentioned
Parks
that there
and
were
Rec.
4 bidders.
Let me.
The 4 bidders, that gave you 4 different prices on the RFP?
There were 7 firms that responded. 2 were deemed non-responsive, and 5
gave pricings.
Correct.
Or proposals.
Yes,
Now, if we were to engage with one of those firms, are we engaging them on a month-by-month basis? That's a monthly fee that you're
correct.
talking
That would
about,
be a
right?
retainer. Correct.
So we would just give them the monthly fee, but can we cancel at any time, or are we tied in for any amount of time?
Every contract that at least I've proposed, I've worked with the city attorney to ensure that we have a termination for convenience clause in our contract.
Meaning we can get out whenever we want?
Correct.
Okay.
And when we do piece by piece, we don't have brand consistency.
Commissioner John, got it.
I just wanted to get clarity. So we're going to be spending, the lowest bid came at $27,000 per month.
Yes, ma'am.
So how much do you anticipate spending for the fiscal year? And while you answer that question, the current manager right now, what's the salary?
The 27,000 per month, if you just multiply it times 12, it's 324,000. The current manager salary is in the low to mid 80s.
Low what, I'm sorry?
Low to mid 80s.
Low to mid 80s.
That's with or without load?
So we're looking to
Just
spend,
salary.
So
we're
it's like
looking
costing us 100,000 before it's all over, right?
Mm-hmm.
400,000 approximately?
No, it's costing 100,000 for the one employee.
Right. So for me, I don't even know how we're having this conversation fairly. $27,000 for what? And I understand the piecemeal. And I understand we need videography. I understand we need photography. And I'm not here to nickel and dime and say $80,000 shouldn't get us how many events per month? 20 events per month, videography. It's kind of egregious. So $80,000 a year, so we're saying what, that person cannot handle putting pictures on Flickr or doing a 30-second reels? I mean, I'm not super tech savvy. I could do a flyer on my phone. I believe in brand consistency. I believe in all that we have to do as a city to brand what we have to do here. You have an IT department. You have part-timers that do video whenever we record. So why not train the staff that we have to acquire these skill sets? Why pay $300,000? That's more than the city manager's salary for the year. So I'm not saying, I teach PR. I'm not saying that we don't need to invest in the city's image and content creation. I'm all for it. But $300,000 for the year? And then on top of that, you had a current employee, you moved the employee to another division, which is under the purview of the city manager to do, but that was an asset. So, it's hard to say, okay, for $80,000 or whatever the market price is for professionals in the PR field, to say, okay, well, this person can't learn how to do a video, or this person can't. I know we have multiple events at multiple times, so on and so forth, but $300,000 is more than the city manager makes in a year. So we have to ask ourselves that question. I do believe in content creation. You have videographers that can do a video for $300, a range of $300 to $1,000. You're looking at someone that knows, because I promote my own brand. So I know it's not at the city level, but this is an interesting discussion to have right now, that we can say $27,000 a month is justifiable.
Okay, anyone else? Commissioner Joseph. Okay.
Commissioner John, the manager said that the department should have 5 people to be funded correctly. 5 people at $80,000 is $400,000.
It's really more like 500 when you count.
Okay, but again,
we're not paying their insurance and taxes and whatever.
Here's the conversation I want to have openly with you, Commissioner Chernoff. 5 people to do what? I'm a millennial. When we talk about content, and I know it's a department, a city with 15 departments, 20 events, whatever, but to do what? It's not adding up. Like they say, the math is not mathing. I don't know if you've heard that coin term, but I don't see it.
Well, the employees will be dedicated to us as opposed to paying. Mike, if you could, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kazan. One of the main differences, if those employees were our employees, they'll be dedicated to us, and then they could be spread out in different departments to alleviate some of the costs, maybe police or other departments or what have you. So it's not just a static number like that. It's more nuanced. So, and if we hire a company, $27,000 is still a lot of money, and we're not their only employees. I mean, we're not the only clients. That's what I'm saying. So are we going to be investing in ourselves? Because at the end of the day, yeah, we could terminate them. We can terminate them for convenience, but I think the more, like I said, to Commissioner Zhang's point, Patrick was, and that was the employer you're referencing, and I don't say his name. I know he has certain skill sets because I've seen it, because he was working at a library and he was an asset there, and then from the library we ended up transferring him over here to public relations. Back then, public relations had 4 people maybe, give or take, and they also did double work by doing aid type stuff of assisting us depending on what we were doing or what event we were doing. So for me, it's like, what's the biggest bang for our buck? How do we maximize the money we're going to be spending for these particular events or these type of promotions, depending if it's like us promoting a particular initiative that we're promoting to our residents, or promoting an event that we're getting residents to come on. I just think we have a more value if it's more internal, as opposed to paying a company that amount of money when I know we're not going to be their only client. That's doesn't make any sense to me. That's for me. That's
my point was that we got 5 firms that were here. We have a new person that's our communication director right now, Jennifer, who is right out of school, and she's doing a great job, but she doesn't know the job yet. She's learning the job on the job. So does she need somebody to mentor, to have somebody to, spoon off of and become, maybe we don't need it anymore. And one of these firms, we had this firm here for 6 months a year who did a tremendous job in representing us. Remember the police thing that we had? They handled that with the press, with everything. That's what the communications director does. They do a lot of things. So I would recommend that we hire a public communications group and let Mario negotiate the contract and move forward. I mean, I think that we need to have that.
So, Mr. Manager, the RFPs, did everybody who gave a bid on it, was it the same scope? Was everybody providing the same exact scope?
Yes, sir. It's the scope of services that was provided in the RFP, which is noted in page 32, is extensive. It goes through not only the overall strategic plan, developing plans, providing multi-languages, communications and brand and marketing guidelines, which don't exist. Also marketing and creative services, being able to do all the, not only the creation, but the edit that goes with it, the graphic designs that go with it. It's also dealing with, we're trying to revive a state of the city, the multi-page newsletter as well. We have to maintain a proper city copyright repository, which we've just started to do that recently. These are multiple full-time positions that are normally held. Public relations is just one aspect regarding with public relations, media training, dealing with the media itself, building those consistent relationships, having crisis communications and management, even having a crisis communication and management plan, which the city doesn't currently have, being able to deal with any of the issues that may come up with the police department. That is something that we frequent. There have been not only something to Commissioner Chernoff's point with the last issue with the PD, but we've also had issues and that we've been approached with Help Me Howard. We've had issues with the Crescent View Towers, all of those things that at the end of the day, with the proper staffing and the proper people in place, those stories did not come out as a negative on the city, but being able to educate, and those stories turn from a negative piece into an educational piece because the city, we've been able to communicate and be able to tell the media and tell the story of the city as to what are the things that we've been doing and how we've been staying on top of it for them. And that's made a huge difference on how the city is viewed within the media moving forward.
Well, I was looking at the agenda real quick, and if you look at it, it doesn't list, when you click on it, it doesn't have like a hyperlink to list out the different options, the different companies or what have you. I know I couldn't pull it up to see what the.
I apologize. I don't know why when an item rolls over from month to month, it's not carrying over for some reason. It was on the I believe the July agenda as well, but that's why I had it printed when we had it printed that way we can give it to you, but I'm not sure why it's not carrying over when it rolls over from one month to the next.
Well, as I mentioned before, like $27,000 is a lot of money, especially we're not the only client. That is and it's not really us investing; it's us paying a service that could, that we're not really building off of to a degree. I would feel more comfortable having more of an in-house and really investing in our people, training them. Because at the end of the day, their loyalty would be to us and making sure that they could adhere to the quality work as they work alongside us. Because we had that before. I never remembered, almost 6 years now, we've always had something internal, and this is the first time it's like we're slowly piecing away our certain services that typically have been done in the house. And for me, I just think that we could just do a better job hiring. Look, you made a decision to hire someone that needed to be, I guess, additionally coached or what have you. That was your decision to make. Could we have hired someone that was more seasoned at a higher cost? Yes, we could have. But that doesn't mean that we can't still beef up that department with someone or with additional staffing that could help the current manager out. I just feel like that, I just would rather us invest in ourselves as opposed to enrich a company, and we're not their only sole priority. I just think I think to me it's a waste of money. That's me being honest.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't get my first.
Okay.
So can I go?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Sorry.
So when it comes to this, I thought that when we had this conversation that we were going to develop a communications plan and where we want our city to go in regards to communication. And then we were supposed to come back and fit, whether it was Public Communicators Group or whoever, into that plan, right? And so that's not what I have here, right? It gives us the background, and then it kind of just leaves us, okay, here's the 5. And we're saying 27,000. I keep hearing that number, 27. 27,000 is not Public Communicators Group, right? 27,000 is the brand advocates, correct?
Correct.
So if we're talking 27,000, we're talking about the brand advocates. Is there anybody from brand advocates here? No. Okay. No. That's what. Okay. Well, let me go down the list. Is there anybody from Conceptual Communications here? Nope. Okay. Anybody from Barrington Management? Nope. Sunshine. The only people that are here, and we are familiar with Public Communicators Group, so that's we know who they are. But Sunshine, other than them, Sunshine, and like they said, they've been here in our community, owned a building in our community, paid ad valorem tax dollars for many years in our community, and literally is down the street. When they moved, they didn't move too far. So, this is a company that's proven. I mean, I don't know how much more proven you can be than Sunshine Communications. So I have to give credit where credit is due. But, I don't want to focus on the companies. What I do want to focus on is the fact that I believe we sat up here and we said we wanted to see a plan for what our communications efforts and, trajectory would be, right? Because I can look at what I have in front of me and see, okay, this is whatever the cost is per hour for this position, for that position, or what the cost is per hour for a videographer. That's all well and good, but I can have a videographer on the team, but what is the cinematography about? You know what I mean? Someone can hold the camera, but you need to understand the cinematography. You need to understand where you're going with it, and to be able to promote the brand and all of these different types of things. My colleague to my right, Commissioner Jean, knows more about this than I do. But the point I'm making is, if you don't have a vision as to where you want your city to go, what your branding is going to be, what you're trying to promote, or what you're trying to capture, then just putting 27,000 or 30,000 in someone's hands, to me, doesn't speak to that. That's the technical aspect of it. So we're paying for the technician, but we're not addressing what we need them to work on. As it relates to, because I don't see brand strategy in here, right? So or strategy, development in here. But as it relates to our communications director, that's her title, right?
Manager.
Communications manager. I've had, short conversations, but received emails regarding some of what she's done and some of her vision for the future, and getting together with us individually to create that plan that we were referencing. And, having somebody in a position like that and then saying, hey, what we're going to do is we're going to have them in this position, but also hire another company to do exactly what, to me, it's kind of like you're duplicating efforts. And I think it's also overlapping and overstepping a position that you've created and someone that you have in a position that, honestly, whether or not they've been in the business for 10 years, from what I've seen, I have the confidence that she can put a plan together. And my Commissioner Joseph agrees with that as well. I have the confidence, right? I have the confidence that she can put a plan together, and create direction for our city from a communications perspective. And then from that point, we can decide who can help her execute that. Whether it's someone on the inside or her team or a team on the inside, or whether it's somebody from these various companies that can help achieve that vision that she puts forth.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's 11:45.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're clearly running out of a lot of daylight. And so we need to, two things. Number one, we have to start thinking about if we're going to want to extend beyond midnight.
Well,
Definitely not.
Okay, so now we know that's not happening.
Well, hold
Okay.
on. There's an item that's been since May.
Yeah, we need to do 11:1.
We need to do 11-1.
We need
So do we want to table this item?
So, but we're not, okay, but we're not going
Oh,
to
it's a
finish
discussion, you're
11-1
right.
before midnight, so,
Well, there is a motion on the floor.
What's the motion? Did someone second it? No. We need to go to 11:1, right?
okay, but we need to vote past midnight because we're not going to finish this past midnight.
Can we table this, can we table what we're discussing right now? Let's go 11.
All right, so just for the record, okay, but just for the record, because Commissioner Smith asked, and I think Commissioner Jean was a little off, the videographer cost me $1,400 for back to school, and I'm.
We don't have time to
I
flush
know,
out
but
that
I'm
issue
trying to say
tonight.
that we need to figure something out because I can't be spending 14.
I'm in.
That was with David
all right,
Junay.
all right, listen.
He's on the.
Guys, I want to just,
Okay, let's go to 11.
right, let's go to 11:1.
Excuse me, before you go to 11.1, I just want to say that we have to have the meeting in 2 weeks for the commission meeting, and we have to decide between now and then what we're going to do because it's the holidays coming up. We need to have coverage. We have an amazing woman that hasn't stopped working here, but she can't do it all by herself. So we need to find something with communication. I haven't had a chance to speak. I mean, when you get these bids, it doesn't mean the manager can't go and say, listen, you bid $27,000, but we can only afford 10. Are you willing to do 10 for what we have? And they could say yes, they could say no. You know, we can go to that. We can go to that after we do that, but we have to do it.
It's going to take too much time to, right. All right, let's do 11:1.
Okay, but we have to decide if we're going to go past midnight because.
No.
Let's
We
just
can
see-
finish
listen.
11.1 in 10 minutes, okay?
Let's see how it goes, and if not, a few minutes before midnight, we'll make a
Okay,
quick
we can-
decision. Guys, we're wasting time talking about it. Let's just do it, okay? All right. 11:1. So, hang on. I need to move to introduce. Thank
Second.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
This could also be tabled. We're having another meeting in 2 weeks.
No, but they've been here since like May.
Okay, but, so some things have been here 5 years. We're still waiting to hear about how many parking places.
Mr. Attorney, please read the title for 11:1.
Ordinance number 2023-02, second reading, administrative site plan review text amendment. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida by amending the code of ordinances of the city of North Miami Beach by amending chapter Roman numeral XXIV entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article XV, Other Development Review Procedures, Section 24-172, Site Plan Review to delete subsection K entitled Limited Administrative Authority for the Site Plan Amendments and create a new subsection 24-172.1 entitled Administrative Site Plan Review, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ng.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This item has been before you several times, has been brought back at request with changes based on prior discussions by the commission. You'll note that the revised text reduces the item down to 10%, as well as incorporate the commissioner's a request for us to consider languaging that involve thinking about what if the federal flood regulation change? What about, are we adequately addressing the Americans with Disabilities Act in how we apply these, so that in order to, for example, provide a ramp for a building, they don't have to go through a 9-month process. And items like that. Staff had presented on this before, but for time purposes, if the commission would want to just instead move to questions that staff can answer for you as you make your determination,
Okay.
we are happy to do so.
All right, for point of order, we need public comment, Clerk.
If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward.
All right, let the record reflect nobody's come forward. Public comment is closed. And any questions from the commissioners on this?
I have questions. I have questions and I have changes to this. One thing is that we want to, I think for sure, after speaking to Mr. Nang and the Planning and Zoning, to make an amendment that this does not apply to ADA, this does not apply to a flood zone. I want to be careful of the slippery slope with this, because as long as you have the right people in place, 10% is fine. It's a question when you don't have the right people in place, and to give, because once you vote on this, when people say you can change it, you can't just change it. And unfortunately, our city had, in my opinion, my own personal opinion, Phyllis, had a very tainted administration that had questions, and I don't think this is something that we can lightly just say, okay, it's 5 till 12, let's just vote on it. I think we have to be very careful, because if you don't have the right person, having one person in control of making those kind of changes without the public knowing what the changes are, without the commission knowing what the changes are. The changes in this particular ordinance can also include the windows, which would change the look of the entire building. Commissioner Chernoff just came up tonight and said, could I see the back of the building, and asked for some changes. We've had plenty of times on this commission where somebody, I remember when Commissioner and Mayor Beth Spiegel was here, she would change it. When Commissioner Kramer was here, didn't like that it was so white in the building on Biscayne Boulevard and 162nd. You're going to give authority to one person, whether it be the planning and zoning. Who knows? We haven't even hired who the planning and zoning is going to be. We have a company that's temporary, or the manager. And I just feel very strongly this is not an ordinance that we can, again, take lightly. And for sure, we need changes to it, because that means that administration, when it comes to ADA, when it comes to flood zone, there cannot be those changes. And I think we have to concentrate on what we're voting for.
All right, let me keep moving here. Thank you very much.
We could even
Joseph,
table
any
it.
comment real quick?
Why real quick?
I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay, let him
Is
speak
that okay?
then.
Go ahead. Commissioner Smith said you could speak.
I'm not.
I was always giving him the permission.
I know.
No. I was also, but initially I was going to try to see Commissioner Smuckler's. I wanted to hear her thoughts on this particular issue. Even if we don't move it, I want to hear what because I want to hear her thoughts on this. That's what I'm saying.
Who are they?
Who wanted to speak?
I don't think the feed is working on the home TV.
Okay.
Yeah, we should table the item. No, I wanted to hear Commissioner Smucker.
Commissioner Smucker, what's your comment on this?
Yes, please.
I wasn't going to comment because I wanted to be able to either finish this tonight, or you want to or rush it, or. So my thoughts on this are, so I always have the concern about those administrative waivers, but I understand that now it's a little bit more beneficial to the homeowners, because at the end of the night, and no offense to my developers, but I care more about the homeowners than I do about the developers, because developers leave homeowners hopefully will stay 25, 50 years. So is it indeed more beneficial to the, I mean, are they gonna, how is it more beneficial to the?
No, it doesn't affect the homeowner, residential.
It does, Commissioner. But
No, I read the thing.
Okay.
Okay, so
Mr. Jean,
obviously
does
she
it-
needs
it-
an
it-
explanation, and I wouldn't mind hearing it also. So maybe we do need to, I mean, I feel horrible because you've been here since May, but
Okay, and wait, hang on just one more second before.
it affects him, that's the problem. But, you know, we,
Sorry, Mr. Kazan. Sorry. This is the second reading, and the reason why I wanted to hear your thoughts is because us having to reissue this and renotice this, and it's been going on for such a long time. I just wanted to I was hoping that we can come to some type of conclusion as opposed to just rolling it over. It is an ordinance. We have to renotice it. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Every time?
What's the check and balance when the changes are made administratively? Is there going to be a report sent out? What's the check and balance if we're voting for this? What's the check and balance? Will there be any from the administration?
Mr. Greenwald, it's like you're pining to.
I was going to let Mr. Greenwald, I was going to give Mr. Greenwald.
All right,
I was going to give him like.
can we at
like
least
10 seconds.
extend the meeting 10 minutes or something? Because it's 11.
May I make a suggestion respectfully to my colleagues? While I understand the importance of getting this done, unless we're going to motion to go past midnight, which we haven't,
No, I'll
maybe what we can do.
We can table it.
If I want to put the suggestion that we do a Thursday meeting,
Oh, I'm ready.
which is this Thursday. We have that option.
That might be kind of tough for me, but I have no issues tabling this item.
I don't think we can do it in 2 days' notice.
And we can't do it at 2 days' notice because it has to be,
Okay.
Right, the alternate date was if we had the meeting on time last week. We're already a week late. This meeting has been.
I got you, because it's the following Thursday. Okay.
So,
All right, let Mr. Greenwald just say something.
I'd like to hear his thoughts before we conclude, that's all.
Huh? Just, Mr. Greenwald, go ahead.
Just ask if the commission.
Go to the microphone, go to the microphone.
Scott Greenwald for the record. I just would ask the commission to spend 15 more minutes. We've had plans sitting in the building department for almost 8 months, waiting on the resolution of this item after the first reading. I think the planning department has tailored this so it's a minimal, limited scope to what can be changed in this ordinance. It also does affect the single-family houses that was added. And I would really appreciate, because this has been delayed so long, if we could spend 15 minutes more to just discuss it tonight. Thank you.
But to Commissioner Smith's point, there's a lot of, this would.
Well, listen, here's the thing. It's 2 minutes to 12. Do we want to extend? or
No.
do we-
No, I say table it to the next meeting.
And Mr. Greenwald, I have to tell you something. I'd like to table it for another 2 weeks, and I feel bad when you're coming up before us. I don't understand why you weren't here in 8 months to get the variances instead of going through all this and waiting. I understand. But every developer, I asked them at ICSC what I had to vote on and asked their opinions. And builders all said yes. But people that weren't builders all said no. So I really want to make sure it's right. I feel terrible. Why didn't he come before us for variances or something? Why did he have to wait for this 8 months? And no, I don't want to go past midnight because I've been up since 5:30 this morning. And took the train to get here. I want to do it responsibly.
Okay.
So we'll table the items to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, do we need a motion then? Let's.
Table item, motion.
Motion.
Second, we have a
We
second.
got a second to motion? Okay.
All in favor of table items to the next meeting?
Any
All right.
opposed? Okay.
All right.
All right, we'll move it as quick as we can.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
So motion to adjourn? Or-
Yeah, motion adjourned. It's
Thank
time.
you.
Okay. Aye.
Because we took